Good morning. This is Member Hand for the record, and I think our court reporter's ready. We're good to go. Great. And we'd like to welcome everyone to the second day of the CIP review at State Public Works Board meeting. It's August 25th, about 9 a.m., and this is the time and the place of the meeting. And we're going to kick off with a roll call. Possible action. The first item on our agenda is roll call, and then we'll jump right into your presentations.
Chairperson Adam Henn.
Present.
Member Clint Bentley. Present. Member Tito DeBerti.
Present.
Member Kevin Lewis. Absent. Member and Director of Department of Administration Laura Reid.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. This morning, as we get started, we'd like to ask everyone to please speak into the mics, especially if you have a group at the table, just to make sure that we're able to capture the conversation for the records, and introduce yourselves so that we've got that straight in our records. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with the Nevada System of Higher Education, and welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning. I am Kathy McAdoo, and I'm the chair of the Board of Regents for the Nevada System of Higher Education by the Board of Regents at its May 25th special meeting. This recommended list of projects went through a very robust vetting process at the Nevada System of Higher Education and is recommended by the Chancellor and the institution presidents. The recommended list that I bring to you today included the input of the NSHE Business Officers Council, which comprises each institution's heads of finance and administration. The business officers reviewed each project against key criteria, including cost savings, life safety, code compliance, and student demand or industry need. The board appreciates your consideration of these projects, which are critical to the system and its institutions in supporting Nevadans in their endeavors to earn a degree or credential of value, and in supporting the state's workforce and economic development goals. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today and participate in this critical process. I will now turn it over to CFO Klinger, who will start our presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair McAdoo, for the introduction. For the record, I'm Andrew Klinger, Chief Financial Officer. Chair Hand, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. As the chair stated, we had a very robust process that we used to go through and vet these projects, so we appreciate the opportunity to present these to you today. We have 16 projects that we're presenting to the board today for consideration, and what I'll do is I will start with the 2 deferred maintenance requests that we have before you, and then each president will come up and present their individual projects for their campus. So we've tried to go in the order of the ranking, but as the institutions come up, they changed several of these to planning projects, and certainly had that discussion with Director Lefevre and understand why. But just would state that as we go through the process, if there is an opportunity and if there is funding available, we certainly would prefer that those projects be put in as construction, but certainly understand the change that was made at this point. So I'm going to start with our number 1 priority, and our first 2 priorities, as I stated, are related to deferred maintenance, and this is really a continuing request. We've received the $15 million in what we call HEC funds, and that's higher education capital construction and special higher education capital construction. That is specifically the name in statute, and it is funded partially at least with state tax and then state funds. And we've been receiving this $15 million as an institution for probably 40 years. And as you can imagine, over 40 years, certainly the population of the state, the number of students we serve, and the number of buildings that are needed to maintain has grown significantly over that period of time. So our number one request is to continue this funding. We have over $3 billion in property and infrastructure to maintain at the system of higher education. And our estimate is that just to do ongoing maintenance for that $3 billion of infrastructure, it would take $60 million a year to maintain that infrastructure. And much like the state, we do have a significant backlog of deferred maintenance projects that we would like to address. So number one priority is to continue with the $15 million in HEC-SHEC, and then our second priority is an additional $50 million. And what we would do with this $50 million is we would allocate this out to all of the institutions using a similar formula that we use for HEC-SHEC, and it's based on gross square footage, and each institution would get a proportionate share of these funds. We have identified through our internal analysis $91.7 million in projects that we have identified as immediate need. So these are deferred maintenance backlog items that need immediate attention. In all, we've identified almost $274 million worth of deferred maintenance projects, backlog deferred maintenance projects that are in need of completion. And these projects range from things like elevators at UNLV, or fire suppression systems at UNLV, ADA at UNR, or a backup generator at Nevada State. So these are all deferred maintenance, and we've supplied a very long list of these projects to your staff for consideration. You might be thinking, okay, this is the Nevada system of higher education. Certainly you must have your own resources to take care of this. And what I would say to that is we really have two main sources of revenue that we manage our budgets with. One is state funding, and the other is student fees. And so on the student fee side, we charge between $4.31 per student credit hour all the way up to 20 at the universities. And so all of that money is not enough to cover our deferred maintenance needs. And in fact, we could double that fee that we're charging the students, and we still would not have enough to cover all of the deferred maintenance issues. And then we wouldn't be able to use those funds to match state. So for example, the UNLV engineering building, that capital fee at UNLV is used to match their portion of the cost of that building. So even if we dedicated all those resources to deferred maintenance and doubled the rate, we still would not have enough to meet that ongoing commitment. So that is why this is our number two priority. And with that, Mr. Chair, we will move on to the next one, or happy to sit for questions.
It might be best if we go ahead and, because people are going to be changing, it might be better if we take questions along the way so that we don't ask folks to come back and forth. So members of the board, do we have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Laura Freed for the record. So is this number two priority of $50 million intended to be an ongoing request, or is this more of a one-shot for this 4-year CIP period?
That is a great question. So we're asking for this biennium, but I anticipate this will be a request that you would see for multiple bienniums. Like I said, we've identified almost $92 million in a backlog. So if we got $50 million this time, we would be able to take an immediate need backlog, I should say. So we would be able to address part of that, but we would certainly be back in future biennia to ask for additional deferred maintenance funds.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Darian Pollard, President of Nevada State, and this is my first time being before this body, so I apologize in advance if I get this all wrong. But I will also share that I brought smarter people with me, who you probably are familiar with. To my left would be Mr. Kevin Butler, Senior Vice President for all things business and operations at the institution. And just to make sure, in case he gets it all wrong, we also have Lisa Schrock with us, who is our Director of Facilities and all things buildings at Nevada State College. So Chairman Hand and members of this board, it's a delight to be here. I'll offer a few reflections on the needs of Nevada State as it relates to our capital projects. You do know that Nevada State is the newest institution within the NSHE system, and what's important about that is that we've been very clear about thoughtful growth and development. We are one of the fastest growing institutions in the country, and as a result of that, investments in our space allow us to really drive this mission, and we also come forth with, we hope to be, some creative and thoughtful solutions regarding the space deficits that we have. Our most recent NSHE report indicated that Nevada State has about a 60% student study space deficit. So our first priority speaks to this. Our academic village is a proposed 40,000 square foot complex using high-end, durable, modular construction. That's a lot of modifiers, but what I think is important about this is that it has an attractive price point and is particularly flexible. It allows us to be able to reduce costs of about 40% of what you might see in a traditional brick and mortar facility. It's cost effective, I think reduces the overall cost to the state, and it also, I think, advances sustainability efforts and goals that you may see as well. This project is the highest ranked institutional project coming from NSHE and is supported by our Board of Regents, and it was ranked 3rd overall by the Regents for the last biennium. Unfortunately, it did not make it to the finish line, so our hope is that this year that will occur. What we would use this space for, when we think about colleges and universities, we know that student space is important, particularly around student success initiatives and the support that goes for that. Our data-proven method has a key component to help retain and graduate our gloriously diverse student population. Right now, our robust tutoring services are in a space that's 500 square feet in the back of our library, and our writing center operates at about 3/4 of a converted classroom that's in a separate building from other tutoring services. So our goal is to build a tighter mousetrap and to do it thoughtfully to help keep students in one space. The academic village will provide much needed space for our student success initiatives and will also allow us to cluster those in one spot. I would like to point out that while this agenda item has been placed as an advanced planning project, our hope is that the Regents recognize that the Regents prioritize this as a design and construction project. So what is like what you might typically see presented, it's important to note that our module construction project is ideally designed and constructed simultaneously. The college space needs are immediate. The request here is to design, construct, and place within a year. That would allow that with this particular modular construction. Now, we understand the statutory interpretation for projects exceeding $10 million. However, the statute does provide, as I understand, quote, latitude to the extent practical, and we're respectful that this body may take that into consideration. This project was ranked high for a reason. And we're requesting $27.74 million from the state to be matched by $2.5 in agency funds for planning and construction of the academic village. I will also note for the record that Nevada State is comfortable to explore funding solutions privately for the planning dollars if the board were willing to provide construction dollars only. So that is the first project that you see, which is our #1 priority as an institution. A few others I'll speak to briefly. Our STEAM building, you may or may not know that Nevada State graduates the most bachelor-prepared nurses in the state of Nevada from a public institution, and we've tripled the size of our nursing program since 2014. We are expanding in our institution in this space, and we know, hopefully you know as well, that chemistry and biology are precursors to nursing programs, high enrollment courses, and right now the space that we have in there does not provide us to expand the enrollment as is needed. Moreover, our liberal arts and sciences building has inadequate space for the storage of chemical waste, and more importantly, we're also seeing a significant challenge in keeping the systems necessary because you have to run them continuously for those laboratories. We're requesting advanced planning in the amount of $6.6 million to design the building to support our science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. This is conceptualized as a 50,000 square foot facility, and as a small, young institution, we're still growing, so we will be looking for donors to help with that, and as a result of that, we have not yet provided college matching dollars for advanced planning funds. I understand this is probably not a new concept to you that you've heard from Nevada State. That would be water infrastructure. That seems to be quite the lingo in the state, and I'm learning this quite a bit. In order to continue developing our 512 acres, we recognize and know that adequate and reliable water pressure is necessary. The future growth of our institution is dependent upon that. So as a result, we know that about only 15% of Nevada State's campus of our 512 acres has sufficient water pressure needed for fire suppression and domestic water supply. So this is not a vanity project. This is really, in a lot of ways, public safety. This means that we're unable to build according to the campus's master plan and restricts our ability to cluster similar proposed and purposed projects. We know that right now the cost for weekly fire pump tests continues to be significant, and we know that we are trying to expand to really speak to the water needs that are a part of Southern Nevada definitively. We're requesting $6.2 million to place a reservoir at a high location on the campus that will allow us with the associated pumps and piping that's necessary to do this work, and we will continue to seek grant funding as well to the extent we can to partner with other agencies. Last but not least, our Student Wellness Center. We're actively seeking to expand our services around student wellness to our students. We have very little space for student wellness as it is right now. We do not offer any medical services right now on our campus. Our closest hospital is about 4 miles away, and this is not ideal as one has resident facilities on our campus as well. It's really not optional for us not to have some type of health and wellness safety services on our campus. We're requesting advanced planning dollars in the amount of $7 million to design a 100,000 square foot facility that will include medical and mental wellness, substance and other counseling, holistic healing and therapy and recreational facilities. This will create synergies between our nursing program as well as psychology and our life sciences program. We propose to co-locate this with the first project I mentioned, our academic village, and we were awarded a $1.9 million congressional earmark to help with the cost of construction. So we are very excited to move this forward. I'll end by indicating Nevada State is moving into our 20th anniversary year. We're small and mighty. I like to say we're young and scrappy as we sit in a state house, and I think that's important to note. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have for me or the smarter people that I brought with me today.
Well, it looks like you're not going to have to rely on those smarter people. You've answered all our questions this morning in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joyce Helens. I'm Great Basin College president. I know you all know Great Basin College. We cover over 86,000 square miles of rural and frontier Nevada. And in that vast geography, we have the main campus in Elko, and we have community campus centers in Winnemucca and Ely and in Pahrump. And I'm just briefly going to talk about Pahrump, because Pahrump is growing, that whole valley is growing, Nye County. Our campus is out of room. We share room now in the high school. We've put in manufacturing program. We have a successful nursing program. Just had a wonderful graduation over in the vineyard over in Pahrump. the nurses' pinnings. So we're out of room. Now, about 5 years ago, conveyed to us, we had BLM, about 280 acres. It's a beautiful desert floor place, nice and flat. It has some water, and the community really wants to continue to grow. We have an idea there. You've seen a business park or an industrial park. We're thinking of an educational park so that we would have the expertise of our colleague institutions, UNLV, State College, CSN, along with GBC out there. Because we think, why recreate the wheel? We've got these wonderful expertise here anyway. So this is ranked number 4 by the Nevada System of Higher Education Board, and it's advanced planning and a campus master plan. So what this would do would simply assist us in now planning that education park and the design of the first 2 buildings. Could do next. Our slides are just, again, it's so, we really don't have anything sketched out other than this wonderful idea to bring this expansion to that valley. So our state funding, it's about $2.8 million in institutional funding. Of course, we're a small institution, but we've saved up $300,000. Planning and design estimates, a little over $3 million. And the clock is ticking because of this conveyance from over 5 years ago now from BLM. I have with me Sonia Seibert, who's our vice president. She's been with us along the way as we've had this dream to build this wonderful facility. And we have seen, even through the pandemic, the population of the valley grow, the developments that are going in and housing, so we know now is the right time.
For the record, Sonia Seibert, Vice President for Business Affairs, and this is critical time to start moving forward on this project now that we are past pandemic. We have to provide show significant progress or completion of the project or the building within 12 years after the conveyance from the BLM, or they could request that we revert that land back to the BLM.
Thank you for your consideration, and if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Committal Acharya, President of DRI, Desert Research Institute. I'm here with Mr. Peter Ross, Assistant Vice President for Campus Planning and Physical Plant. DRI's requests are focused on one of the lengthy deferred maintenance projects at our Northern Nevada campus and planning funds for space at our Southern Nevada campus. Next slide. The first one, we have several deferred maintenance projects, as Andrew Klinger talked about earlier, that are in desperate need of funding at DRI. Our top priority project is the replacement of the chilled water plant for our Northern Nevada Science Center. The existing equipment is 23 years old, original to the building, completed in 1999, and is past the end of its service life. The existing equipment uses 3 times the energy compared to modern equipment. The project will preserve functionality of central plant for equipment that serves 4 buildings right now, the DRI Reno campus. If it failed, it will take down 3 buildings' operations until it's repaired. It's really critical for our research continuity at DRI. The second request is for Southern Campus. This is during the last legislative session, the National Atomic Testing Museum received funding to plan for a potential move from our Roses building to a new space at the end of their lease. We would like to reutilize space, which would allow us to grow our Southern Nevada without constructing a new building. We'd like to request $458,000 for preliminary planning to remodel the space for best use once the museum moves. Those are our 2 requests, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, or Peter Ross is here to answer any questions.
It appears as though we don't have any questions. You all are doing a great job this morning.
Thank you.
Oh, Laura.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
Ms. I'm sorry, we do have a question.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Late in
No
my
worries.
buzzer. So this is the system's asking for 50 million in additional deferred maintenance. So can you talk a little bit about the thinking around why this wouldn't be part of that 50 million and is a separate maintenance project?
This is Peter Ross, for the record. Thank you for that question. The reason is a matter of scale. 50 million, even though it's a lot of money, the system's big. We have so many needs through that once you look at dividing up that $50 million, we expect DRI share, we hope DRI share would be around 1.5 million. The staff's estimate for replacing this chiller plant is around $5 million. And so there's just no way for us to phase this. And there's no way for us to fit it into what our SHEC money is. There's no way to fit it into what we hope to get from the 50 million should it be funded. That's why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for letting me buzz in late.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, Director Lefevre, colleagues and guests. For the record, I am Federico Zaragoza, President of the College of Southern Nevada. With me today is Sylvia Kim, Associate Vice President for Facilities Management, and Patty Charlton, who is a project consultant on these initiatives. Thank you for this opportunity to present the College of Southern Nevada's 2023 Legislative Capital Priorities. The first two capital projects that I will present today are consistent with the Board of Regents and the entry budget priorities and align directly to the governor's and Southern Nevada stakeholders' workforce economic development strategic goals. They're also central to our mission of providing access to higher education to all of our diverse communities. More specifically, our Northwest Campus project directly addresses documented lack of access to higher education and workforce education programs to the residents and businesses in the fast-growing Northwest corridor of Clark County. The Sahara West Workforce Center addresses directly our commitment to create education and career pathways for underserved communities and populations. Our Sahara West Center serves predominantly non-speaking high school non-completers and immigrant populations. Many of our students are recently displaced or long-term unemployed, and they come to Sahara West Center for basic literacy, GED services, job training, retraining, reskilling, and any effort to connect to employment. Our final project is a critical seismic retrofit project that impacts the main building of our North Las Vegas campus. The first project before you is the Advanced Planning and Programming for the Northwest Higher Education Center, and this is our top priority. This would be our first building at the Northwest campus. The project has previously been presented before this body in prior legislative sessions. The cost of the advanced planning and programming phase through construction documents are estimated to be $6.3 million. Our request for state funding is $5.2 million, and the College of Southern Nevada will provide a match of $1.1 million, and these funds are already on hand. For the record, on June 28th, 2018, CSN received final transfer of the Northwest Campus site from the Bureau of Land Management via the City of Las Vegas for this 44-acre parcel. The express use of this land is for the construction of a college campus for CSN and has a construction initiation deadline of 2026, so our clock is ticking as well. The advanced planning budget requests development for construction documents for a 54,000 square foot building, in addition to on-site and off-site infrastructure. The building will provide college transfer courses, student support services, dual enrollment, workforce pathways in areas such as information technology, allied health, and skilled training to meet demand occupations and higher education workforce needs for the Northwest communities. The proposed Northwest campus is ideally located in the far northwest quarter of the Las Vegas Valley at the intersection of Elkhorn and Durango. This site is easily accessible by public transportation and the interstate system. The location is designated by a blue star on the top left corner of the map on the side before you. This proposed location is critical to the college's effort to make education accessible for the residents of the Las Vegas Valley. The location is currently in an underserved area of the valley where post-secondary education is not available. The map before you illustrates the population growth of the residential developments in the far northwest part of the valley, and it is identified in the heat map in front of you. This site is situated within the communities that are farthest from the CSN existing campuses and adjacent to new residential development. This site is also less than half a mile from the new Centennial Hospital. The closest CSN facility to this location is the CSN West Charleston campus, which is approximately 12 miles away. The new educational facility would address the primary concerns of our Northwest Corridor residents and businesses for higher education and workforce education services in this sector of the city. The projected estimates received from the State Public Works reflects a cost of $6.3 million with a match of $1.1 million from CSN with cash on hand. This represents a state funding request of $5.2 million. If approved, CSN would work with the Public Works to complete the planning phase and request construction funding in 2020 and the 2025 session and FF&E in the 2027 session. Again, we respectfully request your support for this project. Our second project is for improvement to the Sahara West Workforce Education Center. This facility is home to specialized laboratories, classroom, and support spaces. And this project also includes and has critical infrastructure needs related to ADA, code compliance, and upgrades for the facility. The facility is comprised of 2 buildings and serves and houses the CSN Division of Workforce and Economic Development. The first building was constructed in 1973, and the second building was constructed in 1981. Funding for this request will enable CSN to address compliance with current ADA requirements and again, critical infrastructure improvements of the HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and parking pavement systems, which are all related to code requirements. In order to develop necessary labs and classrooms, this project is shovel-ready. Construction funding is requested in the amount of $6 million. Our request for state funding is $4.5 million, and CSN will provide a match of $1.5 million. CSN has these funds on hand. CSN provides robust pathways to current and emerging jobs in Southern Nevada. According to EMSI, an astounding 1 out of 74 employees in the Las Vegas Valley region are CSN alumni. And Sahara West Workforce Development Center has proven to be an important location for connecting underserved populations to current and emerging high development jobs in health, skilled trades, and information technology. This facility specializes in short-term skill training and enrolls approximately 10,000 students per year in courses, programs, and trainings delivered at the site. The cost estimate before you includes design, ancillary costs, as well as construction. The project estimates received from the State Public Works reflects a cost of $6 million, $4.5 million of state funding, and CSN will provide a $1.5 million. Cash is on hand. At this point, I will hand out my presentation to Patty Charlton to present our third project.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zaragoza, and for the record, Patty Charlton, College of Southern Nevada. Our final project is a seismic retrofit of the North Las Vegas campus, specifically the East Wing, which houses the campus library and our student service support operations, which includes things such as registrar, our disability resources, cashiers, advising, and other functions. CSN is requesting $3.5 million of funding for this project from the state. A structural analysis indicated that the seismic lateral design of the building structure, which was code compliant at the time of design in 1977, does not meet the current code due to the age of the facility. The facility requires additional structural supports and retrofit of columns and shear walls to meet those current seismic codes and to ensure the safe, sustainable operations of the facility. Reports indicate that in the event of a major seismic occurrence, operational continuity would be compromised and the building would require replacement if these improvements are not completed due to the anticipated level of structural damage. These improvements will reinforce the building structure so that in the event of a seismic event, potential serious damage to the structure would be appropriately mitigated. There were significant changes to the seismic codes and recommendations over the dozen building code changes since the building was originally constructed in the late 70s and early 80s. There were extensive seismic code changes between 2010 and 2016 and ultimately incorporated into the 2018 International Building Code, which is the current state-adopted code. The slide before you gives a little bit more information about the phases of our project. Again, this seismic retrofit would be completed in multiple phases. The first phase would consist of reinforcing shear walls in the building, and while it might be a little bit difficult to see, those are identified by the green bars on the first floor. The next phases address reinforcing all of the existing columns, and that is the visual that is to the right on the slide. And this would be also completed on phase 2 of the first floor and phase 3 of the second floor. These efforts will provide the necessary reinforcement to the existing structure so that the building will meet the current seismic code and withstand any lateral stresses triggered by a seismic event. This project, again, is a request of $3.5 million from state funding. And thank you for consideration of our projects at CSN, and we are available to answer any questions should you have them.
Kent LaFever for the record. I've got a question on priority number 10, the Sahara West Workforce Education Building. I think I heard you say that it was shovel ready. Could you elaborate?
We would have to do some of the planning. We have an assessment that does outline all of the ADA requirements, the electrical panels, the mechanical units as well, and so we would need, there is a component of planning within there. My apologies. So, yeah, so there would be planning associated to get through the construction documents to finish the work at that facility.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Well, thank you for showing something that an engineer can appreciate in your last,
Thank you.
last item. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee. Is it on?
Is it on? Okay, perfect.
I thought I was just loud. Good morning. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV, and with me is my CFO, Jean Vach. I'll get all the easy things and she gets all the hard things, so just keep that in mind. So UNLV is presenting two high-priority projects for your consideration: the Interdisciplinary Science Technology Building and a Fine Arts Building. First, with the Interdisciplinary Science and Technology Building. This is the highest priority for UNLV in terms of funding this, the advanced planning that's needed for this 90,000 square foot Interdisciplinary Science and Technology Building, which is ranked number 7 on the NSHE priority list. Along with increased demand for STEM skills and an increasing number of our students are enrolling in programs requiring interdisciplinary class and research space. Although UNLV serves as the largest metropolitan area of the state, the campus has consistently been short on these types of spaces in the NSHE space utilization surveys. As a Carnegie One research university, UNLV is significantly under-resourced in terms of available research space and must expand its space to create additional research opportunities to remain competitive. The proposed building will provide opportunities for creative interdisciplinary clusters that allow students and faculty to learn side by side and work together to solve our biggest problems. The request is for a total of $16,592,237, with $13,279,790 requested from the state funds and $3,318,447 from UNLV institutional funds. The current total estimated cost for both planning and construction for this building is $160 million. The primary goal of this project is to create a unique space that promotes transformative, cutting-edge research to identify solutions to contemporary problems. This is what research universities do. This will be accompanied by supporting multiple interdisciplinary programs, including urban sustainability, brain health, disruptive technologies, water, solar power, ubiquitous data, and artificial intelligence, just to name a few things. With ongoing connections, we will also be connecting with the pre-K through 12 educational programs. To support these goals, the design of the building will include flexible classrooms, interactive learning studios, modular wet and dry labs, collaboration and collision spaces, study rooms, and an auditorium. The intended mix of academic and lab spaces will be convertible, modular, and mobile to allow the greatest flexibility for faculty, researchers, and students across multiple disciplines to use the area collaboratively while minimizing duplication of research, instrumentation, and infrastructure. Let me now share with you our second project, and that is our Fine Arts Building. UNLV is requesting funding for the advanced planning of the Fine Arts Building. The request is for a total of $10,157,652, split 50-50 between the state and UNLV institutional funds. This 100,000 square foot space has an estimated cost of $95 million. The project was ranked number 4 on NSHE's priority list. 14. Oh, 14. Did I say 4? And I'm surprised that my colleagues to my left didn't catch me there, but tried to slip it in. Workforce in Nevada benefits from educational partnerships with fine arts programs. Nevada's economy is largely reliant on hospitality, tourism, and entertainment. Entertainment has now surpassed gaming as a primary reason people visit Southern Nevada, and the College of Fine Arts produces immediately employable graduates in fields such as performing arts, visual arts, graphic design, and other areas that support Southern Nevada's core workforce in the hospitality industry. Programs in the UNLV College of Fine Arts produce top-notch graduates for our industry partners, and proximity to those partners has resulted in students consistently earning more than graduates of comparable institutions. This project will provide contemporary classrooms, class labs, experiential learning, and innovative discovery spaces to support UNLV academic and research programs. Over the last decade, enrollment in the College of Fine Arts has grown by 22% and is currently unable to meet the demands in some programs due to the quantity and particularly the quality of the space currently available. The investment in the new Fine Arts Building will replace Grant Hall, which has far surpassed the end of its useful life and is no longer sustainable for renovations. State Public Works included the building on their list of those buildings needing to be demolished and replaced in 1998. The building continues to deteriorate. Most recently, the heating and cooling of the building have proven inadequate and very challenging to replace or supplement. UNLV is continually faced with expensive repairs that are only temporary fixes to deal with these issues. Investment in this building will eliminate the need for significant deferred maintenance projects estimated to be at or more than $13 million. Planning of the project is becoming critical to ensure construction is completed in a timely manner to meet the demands of the industry, as our workforce needs have drastically increased since the end of the pandemic. Let's say end of the pandemic. Without the immediate planning and construction of this building, UNLV may lose its competitive advantage to institutions outside of the state, which would have detrimental effects to the state's overall workforce. With that, Chair, we're open for questions.
So in looking at both the interdisciplinary science and tech building as well as the fine arts building, are the UNLV matches from private donors or student fees?
Make sure I get this right. It will be, for the Interdisciplinary Sciences Building, that'll be from a mix of philanthropy, institutional funds, and then a smaller amount from student fees.
Okay. And the fine arts building?
Fine Arts Building, similar.
Same thing, okay.
Yeah.
And is that cash on hand, or is that just commitments from donors?
What is the commitment from Fine Arts so far?
Hi, Jean Bach for the record. Yes, thank you. For both of these projects, we have interest from donors, but we can't actively fundraise until we know that we have a commitment to move forward. But there's definite interest. We believe that the capacity for the fine arts, given the nature of the facility, is probably exceeds that of the interdisciplinary science and technology building. But the CIP funds that we collect would be used for debt service. We anticipate financing a portion of this, and that would be through the student fees that are in the collected through the capital improvement fees.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, president of the University of Nevada, Reno. Sitting next to me is Vic Redding, the vice president of finance and facilities administration. I'm here to present our CIP request for the 23 session. You may be familiar with it. It was one that was before you 4 years ago, or 2 years ago, excuse me. So on behalf of the university and particularly my facility services team, I want to extend my appreciation to your staff. I know much time you all have spent on this, and particularly Adriana Benjamin for her assistance in reviewing this project and preparing it for its presentation today. Specifically on this project, funds are requested to support planning, design, and ultimately construction of a new life sciences building that will provide modern teaching and research laboratories. And I understand your staff is recommending this project be split into 2 phases, both of which are shown on this slide. So this additional modern space is essential for advancing our Carnegie R1 high research mission for providing modern and efficient teaching laboratories. So if and when this building is constructed and finished, it will complete the build out of our Mathewson Gateway District. And if you could go back to the prior slide, if you may, Andrew. So here we go. So if you look the Gateway, and to orient you, the Center Street, which will soon become University Way, on the one side we have a parking garage, which will be finished in December of this year. On the other side is the future site of our business building, both of which are being constructed without state funds. But this is the building that will really and truly complete this end of campus. The business building is also slated to be finished in the summer of 2025. So this new life sciences building will comprise of approximately 80,000 square feet, and we'll have 1 building pad left at the south end of the area for future life sciences expansion. Again, Andrew, if I may ask you to go back. But you'll see that. And again, if you're familiar with it, if you're heading on I-80 West and you take a right when you turn into campus, that's exactly where this building would go. So I want to give some perspective in terms of the need for this building. And I think and hope many of you have had the opportunity to visit the building, but it was the current building, the Flashman Ag building, was built in 1957. The student body population at the time of the university was 1,732. Dwight D. Eisenhower was the president of the United States, and Nevada had a population of 260,000. simply is not cost-effective to remodel or adapt. And as I like to say, and I know there's a court reporter taking this, but we've basically Frankenstein this building as much as we possibly can in terms of trying to meet the needs of our faculty, staff, and students that reside in the building. And as I said, I don't want to disparage the building. It has served us well through the years, but as Vic has told me many times, we have fully amortized it. But the current Fleshman Ag building is 128,297 gross feet as compared to the 80,000 building that would replace it. It's the primary facility that provides instructional and research laboratory space as well as office space for the life sciences at the University of Nevada, Reno. It's the primary research space for 48 faculty members. And again, to give you perspective on what they do, these are faculty members from our Department of Biology and the College of Science, the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Science, the Department of Agriculture, Veterinary and Rangeland Science, and the Department of Nutrition. So we did, and we thought it was important to retain an outside industry expert to assess the current state of the building and to evaluate it, and to make recommendations with regard to the potential efficiencies that would be gained with regard to constructing a new building. So the old building includes 7 teaching laboratories that occupy a total of 6,600 square feet. And when compared to teaching laboratories at 12 other comparable universities, this assignable square foot per student of available space at 30.4 ranks at the bottom of all the universities that were the comparables and well below the average for other universities in terms of assignable square feet per student. The consultants also determined that the ventilation systems, bench tops, and room layouts are inadequate and do not meet modern teaching standards. And if you walk this building, if I were a student in 1957, there is no change. And respectfully, the high schools have nicer facilities than what you will see there. The building also, the old building, includes approximately 39,000 square feet of research space. And that number is approximate because there's a considerable amount of the old space that was originally designed for other uses such as offices, closets, and even a vending alcove. So again, if you walk that building, there are closets that literally have research equipment in them because we've grown so far beyond the need. So the assignable square footage of research space per research team member is 135, well below the median of comparison universities, which is 180. Approximately 22% of the research space is dedicated to shared functions such as cold rooms, tissue culture, microscopy, freezers, etc. So now the contrast to a new and modern life sciences building, which this is a rendering of what it could possibly look like, where approximately 50% of the research space is dedicated to shared services. So the current building ranks at the bottom of 12 comparison universities in terms of the proportion of space dedicated to share functions. So the consultants determined that the opportunities for renovated are limiting. As I told you, it's done. I mean, there's just nothing more that we can do to it, and it just simply is throwing good money after bad to try to continue to renovate that building. So again, the site of the new life sciences building is one that is conducive to easy access to existing life science teaching and research facilities. So to summarize the request, the CIP would enable the university to construct a new state-of-the-art built modern life sciences building. The external consultant's report on the current building provided the useful information on the conceptual design, as you see up there, for a modern life sciences building and for optimal uses. Those are all listed there. The existing building we won't demolish that. It will provide some laboratories and offices for life sciences faculty, staff, and students, and require, again, doing it the best we can to keep it up. So the students who will learn in this building are the future workforce, and I know that workforce development is a huge priority for this state, and the students that will be working in this building will be in high demand sectors such as medicine, nursing, biotechnology, agriculture, climate sciences, nutrition, environmental quality, water resource management, water quality, and food security, which again are probably some of the most important challenges of our time. It also will be the site where faculty and students can successfully conduct critical basic science activities to solve the urgent problems that Nevadans, the nation, and frankly the world face. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time and attention, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Do you have any questions, board? I'm looking to my left. You might.
It's getting to be a habit. I feel like Mr. Reading knew this was coming. Laura Freed, for the record, my apologies. So it says in our project narrative, UNR will provide up to $3 million in funding for this project, so an 80-20 split. Again, donor funds, donor commitments, I assume, or student fees?
Good morning. For the record, Vic Reading, University of Nevada, Reno. You're absolutely correct with the student fees. Andrew, if I could have you go back one slide. The project, as CFO Klinger mentioned, was approved for planning, design, and construction by the Board of Regents, so that's how we submitted it. In your book, it's reflected in this two-step process, so I'm going to speak to the numbers on the slide. The end point is the exact same, which is a 50-50 distribution between the state and the university. So if it's done in this two-step process, the first $3 million will be directly from the capital improvement fee, the money that we've discussed today, and that is in hand and ready to go. The second part of the project would be a mixture of revenue bonds backed by a student fee and philanthropy.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and through you to Ms. Freed, but another big concern of mine is, speaking of money, is that this building's gone from 90 million to 152 million because of construction inflation. And so, you know, the longer we wait, obviously, the more expensive we get for the very same thing. So, you know, there is a sense of urgency, but again, I completely support and respect and appreciate the ranking that was conducted by the Board of Regents, but I just wanted to present that to you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. And as a student at UNR in the 80s, I took class in that building, and it was worn out then. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Karen Hilgersum, president of Truckee Meadows Community College, and this is Dr. Ayo Akinola, who is the executive director of facilities and capital planning for TMCC, and we're delighted to be here today to talk about our wonderful project. So I will start by saying TMCC, we are a mid-sized college. We serve approximately 10,000 students a year on average on the credit side, and a few thousand more on the non-credit side. We are comprehensive, serving transfer students and workforce students, including construction trades, advanced manufacturing, all of those things that you expect a community college to do, and we're very proud of that dual-focused mission. We have not received funding for a state facility since 1996, which means in the year 2026, this college will have received no state funding for a new building for 30 years. So hopefully we can figure out how to get this facility funded so that we can say that every student, regardless of economic income or academic readiness when they begin public higher education, can attend a predominantly two-year college with a few four-year degrees in some beautiful facilities. Students need that. They've earned it. This was also passed by the Board of Regents as a construction project. At the time, we were asking $30 million from the state. I'd love to see $40 million because I don't like using SIP fees to do debt service. And I'll tell you why at the end of my presentation. So next slide. We do consider this project as shovel-ready as we can possibly be without a significant contribution from the state. It is the 9-NC rank priority, and again, it went in the hopper as a construction project. We've done a lot of planning already. The Board of Regents allowed us to to use up to $1 million to begin planning, which we have done, and you'll see in a minute an animation that the architects have created. They've already won a national recognition award for this plan, and hopefully you will enjoy that. One of the things that's really cool about this building is there's only one general classroom, only one. Almost the entire square footage is about hands-on experiential learning. In this day and age, as we move to more online opportunities for students, what they need is the space to practice what they've learned, and that's what you'll see. Hopefully the animation will work. It looks a bit hodgepodge, but it's really not, and hopefully the animation will show you that the goal here is innovation and integration. This will serve entrepreneurship, hospitality, and tourism. We're the only 2-year degree in Northern Nevada. We partnered with UNLV for seamless transfer. They were wonderful, I will add. It also includes an Action Link Center, which is heavily geared toward our pre-engineering students, robotics, and also just a nice space for students to have robotic competitions and to hopefully have some nice presentations from industry experts on all kinds of topics. The Culinary Institute would be an expansion of our current Culinary Institute, and of course, we're trying to figure out how to get some funding for a small college theater. We do have a number of theater majors who intend to transfer to typically University of Nevada, Reno, or UNLV in the performing arts. But this theater has a heavy technical component because that's where the jobs are at. And I would be remiss if I didn't fail to mention that we also have carved out a little bit of space for computer coding, because app development is touching on every single career field right now in the world. And so think about that, whether you're summoning an Uber driver or ordering pizza in Las Vegas and the robot brings it to you at California Kitchen, right? Construction, HVAC, all of those things are becoming heavy software driven. So a coding lab is becoming the backbone of any industry, really. Again, it's a 52,000 square foot facility, and I was so glad that President Sandoval talked about the moving target on construction, and when I get to the end of this, we have the same concern. So I will, with that, hopefully the animation will work, and it's about 6 minutes long. See the link at the bottom? No internet access? Oh, that can't be. Elena. Please send. There's no internet access? I'm confused. Oh, okay. Can we queue it up another way? Does anybody have internet access?
I can provide you one.
What's that?
Can I give you a hotspot?
No, I don't.
Can I give you one?
Actually, while we work on that, let me go to the funding slide. Yeah. Oh, there, we've got it. Do we have it? And I apologize. I thought that I thought you understood this. It's going to be a fun animation to watch. So I guess that means the presentations are hardwired. Yeah, I could go to the funding slide, and actually, and I will just describe it, since we can't necessarily see it on the screen, but at this point in time, the plan is to go for up to $20 million in bond financing, which again, I'd prefer to make that $10 million because we're a mid-sized community college, and that comes right out of student fees. Private donations, we did a feasibility study, and we're confident we can raise 5 million, maybe more, but 5 million is where our confidence level is at. We've also been looking into an EDA grant, and we're told, yeah, this is a great candidate for an EDA grant, but you need to have the other funding pieces ready. So it's the cart before the horse, and it's which comes first. And then we've already set aside $5 million in a capital contingency fund for this project that we have cobbled together through several years of just being quite frugal. So at this point, we put in the 3.4 million of planning when we realized that's where the Department of Public Works was going with that. But there's not much left to do, as you will see if we can pull up this animation. But of course, those planning dollars could be certainly helpful in infrastructure. The cost estimate, 66 million. When we started planning this project about 4 years ago, that was 33 million. So here we go, right? So hold on to your hats. But I do think it's a wonderful project. The other thing that we can do while we're waiting for this is, and I don't know, Chair, if we could take a break and maybe figure it out, since it looks like we're running way ahead of schedule. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, member hand for the record. Yeah, let's reconvene in maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay, great. Thank you. And it's too bad I don't have chocolate for that reconvening. So just to really make it a nice break. Yeah, I had no idea they did that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now we have 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, when I looked at Andrew's slide and it didn't have a hyperlink on it. Yeah.
Well, okay, we got to log in to, and this isn't even my laptop.
It's okay. They're taking a 10-minute break, and I'm going to grab some water. Here's the water. Yeah, no, I think yeah.
Welcome to Eastview at Truckee Meadows.
There we go.
Play. Andrew. He wants to play.
They went on a little break.
Oh.
Unless they want to reconvene, I don't know. I think we're ready, but I don't know if people are running on. Yeah, I agree. So a good little break is nice. So I want to tell you, I don't have a conclusion. You can see how a little time. I want to make sure. Texas and Washington, Texas most recently. Texas and Truckee
I just saw that yesterday somewhere.
It's like to kind of wrap this.
I just saw that yesterday.
Yeah. Because I think it's important. So what I'm going to say is all of these words.
Congratulations, how's everything going? Pretty good.
And I have some details.
Yeah, I saw it in the grant
Right.
report yesterday.
Right, and Washington did it in 2003, but no match required.
Okay. That'll work.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
I have no connection to the,
But he got it,
just,
right?
well, it's
I'm
the
using my phone.
hotspot, you
I'm
know.
using my
Yeah,
phone.
I just thought you could send him a link on your phone if there was,
Well, there.
but no. But we're good, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it works.
Yeah.
I'm
So they're using your.
wireless hotspot.
Yeah.
You got a backup plan?
Yeah. I said that to Io on the way here. I said, do we have a backup plan if there's a problem with the link?
This usually has free Wi-Fi.
Right, I mean, there's no
Some
free
VPN.
Wi-Fi.
Maybe it has something to do with the scaffolding.
Well, maybe it's to do with
the scaffolding closet.
Get
But
all
I'm
the TV
okay with
channels,
it.
but you can't get any more.
You know, it's actually kind of nice to give them a little break. Yeah, so that they can see. Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're
I think in many ways it's good that you organized, you know.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah.
First I looked at the order and I'm like,
Oh, no, it's
and I'm like,
great.
no, this is wonderful.
Especially since they're going really fast,
Right.
you know. So you can just take me back to the college.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I'm not going to need to.
Yeah, I could expect the question.
Well, yeah, no, it's okay. I think they needed a break. I know, well, and the funny thing is again, I just haven't had time to watchdog how my new assistant is doing all of this stuff, so, but I think. You could, you know, it's a huge file, so you may have had issues with that.
You can only.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to need to log out of my account when we're done.
Right.
Yes.
But
Log out
I
of delete password. Yep.
But when I.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
please.
No, this is okay, Andrew. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I've been running 200 miles a minute for the last month, so. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's a huge file. You can only access it. We can't ever ship it back and forth.
Right. Yeah, but if you just stay up here and kind of help shepherd, then we'll be good.
When I flipped over and I saw the little icon at the bottom, I'm like, uh-oh, we're not connected
Yeah.
to the internet.
You know what we do need to do, when we redo this script again, if we do, we almost need like a 10-second musical gap, because I notice her voice is starting right away. You know, we almost need like a little buffer. Right.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So.
The other thing I was thinking about too is that there's got to be a way to compress the file and have like a backup that we carry on us.
I know. I don't know. It's pretty.
Remember,
It's like
last
showing
time
a movie.
last time we were with Starbucks, we kind of ran into the same issue.
Right.
But I loaded up in advance so that it was like
Right.
ready to go on the
Right.
laptop. So here I just kind of
Yeah.
assumed that it was going to be.
No, I didn't. On the way here, I said, Iowa, it's a backup. And he said, and he has a hotspot. So we're good. We're good.
Yes, we are. Also expect a question on the shelf already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm writing down notes.
Oh, good. Good. Good.
sure she's got the thumbs up from the court reporter, so we can go ahead and get started. And hopefully, is our animation ready to go? Great. Thank you.
Welcome to Eastview at Truckee Meadows Community College, the college for the new Nevada. This signature facility will help Northern Nevada students keep pace with an economic revolution, changing the way we work and play in fantastic ways. As big data and robotics transform the economy, 50% of the jobs we know today will be lost to automation made possible by exponentially increasing computing power. Eastview will prepare our students today for the careers of tomorrow. As we enter Eastview, you can see a vision of TMCC's future. Its students are the visionaries who will learn and grow here. This is not just a building. It is a space defined by two I's: integration and innovation. Seeing the world as an integrated whole through bold connections, we can teach students to unlock their capacity for innovation, assisted by great learning spaces. Eastview is a nexus of movement as students engineer competition robots, build theater sets, choreograph dances, write code, create digital art, make music, and cook upscale cuisine. As TMCC is a designated Hispanic-serving institution, we invite all into Eastview that emphasizes belonging and teamwork. As we enter Action Link, you see an area that integrates and connects. It brings together industry leaders, faculty, and students to demonstrate and learn how robotics and AI are changing Northern Nevada, particularly in entertainment areas including hospitality and tourism, culinary arts, and performing arts. This space will provide students with the skills to become experiential problem solvers, incorporating logical reasoning to prepare the Northern Nevada workforce. Eastview's coding labs are designed with interactive writable surfaces and ample room for innovative ideation that promotes creative and clever thinking. Another vital component to Eastview is the Tech and Sound Lab, which is connected to the theater, another beautiful space in the building. Cutting-edge labs will support new certificate programs for stage technicians who operate sound, lighting, scenic effects, and visualization software, all areas of job growth. Technology flows into the culinary space with new robotic technology. Eastview does not neglect the much-needed expansion of hospitality and tourism defined by the great restaurants, hotels, and casinos of Northern Nevada. The Culinary Institute features an outdoor dining terrace, advanced kitchen facilities, and demonstration kitchen. Eastview expands TMCC's well-respected culinary arts program with the addition of the Sierra Culinary Institute, along with additional degrees and offerings in baking and pastry, advanced culinary, and food science. Intentionally located near the main entrance, a new 90-seat restaurant will elevate students' culinary service and skill. The Community Learning Kitchen will invite students, faculty, restaurant entrepreneurs, and industry leaders in. This space will even house workshops for foodies who want to take their creativity to the next level. They will also have capacity to host regional competitions, social events, and seminars. How will automation change the way people work and manage restaurants, hotels, and casinos? How will the integration of artificial intelligence, robots, and fingertip apps change the work of our chefs, our hotel managers, and the entertainment industry in general? Visit Eastview and the answer will be clear: integration. TMCC's digital natives were born in a world that is integrated, defined by the systemic and relational connections at the heart of our emerging economy. Eastview will feature dedicated facilities for teaching the business of hospitality. To support and grow the Hospitality and Tourism Management degree program, students will have hands-on practice in service, safety, and professional skills. Proximity to culinary and technology spaces affords faculty and students the opportunity for interdisciplinary collaboration. TMCC's engineering students will thrive in the new economy that includes Tesla, Panasonic, Amazon, Switch, Apple, Google, and more. They will learn to code for a visual world, whether that's a global online game like Fortnite or intuitive applications that summon an Uber driver or make personal banking easier. If Action Link is the brain of the building, The eyes and the heart are found in Eastview's performing arts spaces. What does theater have in common with engineering? Creativity, critical thinking, teamwork, technology. Here in the Scene Shop, theater tech and engineering students will design and build stage sets. This area highlights again the collaboration between programs that is at the heart of Eastview, innovation and integration. Eastview's theater will provide a permanent home for TMCC's Performing Arts program. Guests are drawn into a venue of tiered seating around a dynamic stage to experience a wide variety of innovative performances. Eastview is an innovative STEAM concept with an integrated focus. It honors the work of TMCC students motivated to succeed despite challenges or humble beginnings. Eastview, the gift to TMCC that will keep giving.
All right, so thank you. So I have a few more comments just related to this process, because when you're the president of the college that has probably because of our size, for example, the process in Nevada is quite different. I have been in community college education for about 35 years, the last 10 at the presidential level, and the 10 before that at the vice presidential level. One of the most exciting moments in my life was in about 2003, Washington State. Two former governors got together with the current governor at the time, Governor Gary Locke, and the state funded 52 facilities for all of the higher education universities and community colleges in that state. No match required. That transformed public higher education in Washington State. I became a dean soon after that and had the privilege of being the chair of the Science Building Committee and was a liaison between the architect and the state. And we built a beautiful science building that still has stood the test of time because that building has been around for over 10 years now. And it really does make a difference for students. More recently, in June of 2021, the state of Texas decided to fund up to $3.3 billion worth of campus construction projects. So this was published in October 2021, a nice little summary in the Texas Tribune. These are states that value higher education, just like the state of Nevada. The three of you are community leaders, right? Appointed by the governor. And I would encourage you to share with the governor that there are some states that are taking advantage of some of the dollars flowing through governments, particularly for projects that are ready to go. We have an opportunity, you have an opportunity, frankly, to leave a legacy that will serve the students of Nevada, some of whom may be you, your children, your grandchildren, and to serve them well, not just this year, but for the next 20 to 30 years with new facilities. So all of these projects that you heard about today are excellent. All of them are necessary. So I hope we can think outside the box and come up with a better process for the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to get on the same page, I'm glad your funding sources slide is up, because this planning project on our project narrative in our public works binders has $3.4 million in agency funds, and on the slide it's state contribution for planning is 3.4. When I see state funds, I immediately think bond funds. So can I just get some clarity about, is this agency funds for the planning phase, or is it bonding?
Kent Lefevre for the record. Brian, you got the answer to that? I have to phone a friend.
Brian Walker, Chief of Planning at State Public Works, for the record. So what we had communicated to us, and it's currently in the book, really just shows 3.4 of agency funding. And it says TMCC will provide up to $7 million in funding towards this project, $3 million of which will be federal EDA grants. So I'd really have to ask to see if you guys have more clarification on if that's really state or from TCC.
Honestly, I'm not sure where this process broke down, but, so I don't know if Io can speak to that. We were just as, confused might be an overstatement, but we were perplexed by the numbers. And so, yes, and again, this is my third rodeo, and so I guess I should have understood this, but I just haven't understood it. So I'm not sure where your department got their numbers. We added the 3.4 million on this slide after we reviewed your numbers, but we're also concerned and perplexed by the use of the word agency fund as opposed to state contribution. So I'm not the person to answer that question. And maybe Io can chime in.
For the record, Io Akinola, TMC's Executive Director of Facilities and Auxiliary Services. Just like President Hilgerson said, I kind of tossed around the questions too, and I believe there were a couple limited exchanges between us and CFO Klinger. So it's our understanding that we're being considered for $3.4 million in state public works, state funding.
But that's not what we asked for. This project is really ready to go, and what we absolutely need is a $30 million commitment from the state. We will match the rest, and this is the breakdown. And frankly, 40 million would be even better because we are also relying, as other colleges are, on SIP fees to offset the debt service. In Texas and in Washington State, the colleges were not required to make a match. That these were two states who realized that the colleges don't have enough bandwidth unless it comes right out of the pocketbooks of students. And so I would encourage you as community leaders to consider other alternatives to fund all of these projects.
Kent Lefevre for the record. Thank you for that explanation, and we will have staff work with you to true up those numbers.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
I do have a follow-up question, if I may. You mentioned that this building is shovel-ready. Could you define what you mean by that?
So I will start, and I'll let Io jump in too, but we chose a site that's existing at the Dandini campus. It has a brand new, relatively new parking lot, so we don't have to pay for the parking. The site was carefully vetted by architects. We've already done the charrettes. We've done the campus stakeholder discussions. The general conceptual plans are done. We're even moving forward with phase 1 of the CMAR CMAR construction contract so that we can get another updated cost estimate, and core construction has been selected for that element. Because of the existing site, it is relatively close to the necessary infrastructure, so we're feeling pretty good about the savings there. And Dr. Io, would you like to add anything?
Thanks, President. For the records, Io Akinola, TMC's Executive Director of Facilities and Auxiliary Services. Just like President Hilgerson said, we've completed schematic design and we've hired a CMAR. Congratulations to Core Construction to actually complete the design development through construction documents and bidding.
Member Hand for the record, could you share who the architecture firm was?
VWB.
Yeah, Van Morton Bagatti. Okay. They were amazing, and they continue to be amazing. And we are in ongoing conversations with them. If we received the primary source of funding, and they are the ones that recommended, we could get this done in time to meet the ARP deadlines, but you might want to start moving ahead with the CMAR phase 1 so that we can do that comfortably.
This is Laura Freed for the record. I can't help myself. I feel obligated to discuss the ARP funding. This board does not have any control over who gets ARP funding. We've heard yesterday, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear today, this project is ARP qualified. It's a great idea. We might agree with that, but that's not our call to make. I just need everybody to understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. And I do understand that, but thank you for clarifying.
Do you have any other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation and the animation, and we apologize for the fire alarm tests along the way.
That's okay. No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. If I can address that, I would be really remiss if I did not thank our presidents and their staff for the work they put into this, and certainly for each of you and your other team members for the work you put into it. I really appreciate your consideration of all the requests, and I think every one of us in this room understand that it's a heavy task to carry, but we are appreciative. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Veterans is here. Yeah, Veterans is here. Maybe just take a 5-minute break and then we'll have veterans queue.
We'll take maybe a 5-minute break before getting veteran services started.
Chair. She's still got her stuff here. Good to see you again. Good luck to me. Yeah, I hear that.
Watch that, but this flight is brutal.
I can move it over. Do you want it closer to you?
We'll, member hand for the record, we'll go ahead and get reconvene here and get the ball rolling. And we obviously welcome Veteran Services and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time this morning. Members of the board, good morning. For the record, I am Fred Wager. I am the new director for Nevada Department of Veteran Services. Joining me today is our Chief Financial Officer and Executive Officer, Joe Thiele. And today I'll be presenting on our department capital improvement project requests. Next slide. The slide outlines the vision. In short, we connect those who are serving in the military, those who have served previously, our veterans, as well as their dependents and their services that they've earned. Our first project is 23148, remodel and addition for the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. This project is a continuation of 21P03, which provided for the planning portion of the remodel and expansion for the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home, located in Boulder City. The proposed remodeling will consist of 86,280 square feet of existing space and will include a new addition of resident rooms. The Southern Nevada State Veterans Home is requesting the state match 35% of allowable costs of the overall project, with the other 65% paid through the VA construction grant. Approval of these matching funds will allow the project to move higher on the VA's priority list. Approximately 90% of the current home rooms are double occupancy, which share one toilet with another double occupancy bedroom suite, and no bathing facility accessible directly accessed from the suite. This arrangement does not meet the veteran-centric care model in the current Veterans Affairs guidelines. The limited access to toilet and bathing fixtures creates an environment where the privacy and dignity of each resident is not fully protected. Considering the recent COVID-19 pandemic, the current double room design where 2 to 4 residents share one toilet room is obsolete and lends toward a greater spread of viruses and bacteria between roommates. Our next slide gives you an idea of the concept of this remodel. The dark brown areas are the rooms that will be added to the home. We currently have 96 rooms. In the end, we will have 120. With your permission, Chair, I'll continue until the end unless they have questions between. Okay. The next project is 23149. This is the walk-in cooler and freezer replacements at the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. This project will replace failing refrigeration enclosure. We are requesting funds to mitigate a slip and fall hazard inside the refrigerated compartment. Roof sections are buckling, allowing warm air to mix with sub-zero air. This condition is causing condensation and ice to form on the roof, the ceiling, and the floor. This project will design and construct a replacement walk-in cooler and walk-in freezer for the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. The freezer and cooler casings are 22 years old and beyond their normal useful life. The panel have gaps which allows moist air into the system that causes the condensation and a slipping hazard when the equipment enters defrost cycle. The paneling and insulation degradation will cause higher than normal energy costs until replaced. There is a high risk of unstable temperatures, which leads to not storing food correctly. The pictures you see on this slide are the entry door, and you see the ceiling ice as well as floor ice. On our next project, it's the cooling tower piers replacement project at the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home, project 23150. This project will design and construct replacement of the cooling tower piers at the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. The existing concrete base piers have visible cracks Cooling tower piers are showing excessive concrete stress, cracking due to vibration. Cooling tower duty time has been 23 years. It was constructed in 1999. These piers are starting to have significant deterioration, and the pictures on the left, you see the cooling tower, and the two other ones are the deteriorating concrete bases. The next slide is Project 23151. This is advanced planning for a North Las Vegas State Veterans Home on the campus of the North Las Vegas VA Medical Center. This project will provide advanced planning through construction documents for a 128-bed skilled nursing facility on the Veterans Affairs campus in North Las Vegas on land to be donated to the state by the VA Sierra Nevada healthcare system, and upon transfer, this would be sole state-owned property. Using the small house model, the campus seeks to create a residential atmosphere. The project will include facilities for administration offices, receiving and storage, nursing offices, and other support services. The funds for this advanced planning project are currently 100% state funds. However, the federal grant program for this project will reimburse the state for 65% of all qualifying costs, construction and FF&E. Once the grant is awarded, with potential supplemental funding from the Veterans Affairs Healthcare Services Grant. We cannot say when it will be awarded, only that the VA has always awarded the grants at some point. The picture shows a concept area on campus. Originally, they talked about the northwest portion of the campus, if you're familiar with the VA campus in Las Vegas, or North Las Vegas. However, after review, the driveway, which you can see on the left-hand side, just kind of down at the bottom, that's the corner coming in, and it would not be a good place for it because you got to turn right around and go back up the driveway. I walked this with the VA on Tuesday, and the northeast corner of their campus is much better suited and would actually give us a separate entrance from the existing road that's out there. So we're very pleased with that. The next project we have is 7643, Committal building construction at the Northern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery in Fernley. The cemetery experiences conflicts with scheduling memorial and interment services 3 times a week. The cemetery staff does not schedule services as close together as they could, as there is only one open-air committal shelter. Over time, it has become clear that a temperature-controlled building makes more operational sense and better protects the health of the participants. If we had this second committal shelter, we could also have the services near the columbarium walls, allowing elder family members to park near the columbarium walls rather than park at the front entrance and walk to the back of the cemetery grounds. This project will design and construct a committal building at the Northern Cemetery. Pictures represent structures that other cemeteries use. These are only examples. The project is necessary to provide a larger alternate location for memorial and interment services closer to the recently finished cemetery expansion at the northwest end of the cemetery. This will allow for increased service capacity to be scheduled simultaneously or at least close to the same time. Our next project is 7619. This is a chapel remodel at the Southern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. This building is used for interment services for Nevada's veterans and their dependents. For the past few years, we have been receiving comments from the public regarding the appearance of the building. This project will design and construct the remodel of the interior and exterior of the chapel at the cemetery. The work will replace windows, door hardware, carpet, ceiling tile, bollards, lights, patch and repaint interior and exterior walls, and remove decorative column bases and the operable operable partition in the center of the main chapel space. The chapel has been heavily used, resulting in wear and tear on the finishes and doors. The west-facing storefront glazing system is at the end of its useful service life, with gaps developing between the double pane glazing. The chapel does not conduct simultaneous services, so the operable partition dividing the chapel is unnecessary. The operable partition is stored in two pockets that protrude into the sanctuary, so the removal of this unnecessary partition will improve the user experience. The large square column bases are trip hazards that have resulted in several accidents. This project will improve energy efficiency at the facility. The chapel was constructed in 1999, and this project was previously requested in 2017, 2019, and 2021. The State Public Works Division Facility Condition Analysis Report identified that there are two pillars that have 4-inch diameter roof drains, downspouts protruding beyond the edge of the curb, which have been damaged by public and mortuary vehicles getting too close to the building in the loading, unloading area along the north side of the building. The installation of 4 to 8-inch diameter pipe bollards filled with concrete on each side of the pillars will protect these downspouts from further damage from the public and mortuary vehicles hitting them. If this project is not completed, the damage will continue and will result in water damage and staining and will create slip and fall hazards from standing water on sidewalks. The cemetery chapel is the most visited building on cemetery grounds, and all visitors attending interment services use the chapel. Several large special events and ceremonies are also held annually in the chapel. The chapel is very important to the operation of the cemetery and needs to be kept in good condition. During the building's over 17 years of operation, it has never been repainted. The exterior paint is flaking and the interior paint is stained and shows wear from daily use. The ceiling is currently leaking, causing a safety hazard for both staff and visitors. Many areas of the paint are stained, and some areas on the east wall of the paint is actually sagging from prior water damage. These paint issues were identified in the State Public Works Division Facility Condition Analysis Report. The report also identified many areas of the column bases inside the chapel that are damaged and need professional maintenance to be repaired. Approval of this project would ensure that at the place in which families and friends make their final farewell to their loved ones is maintained in a way that reflects the respect in which we hold our veterans. In our pictures, in the upper left and middle, columns with square bases result in trips and falls. 2 years ago, we had a trumpeter tripped over the corner of the base during a service, breaking her wrist. Upper right hand shows the drainage pipes run into by vehicles. The lower right shows those chapel windows that have developed gaps in glazing, resulting in debris being trapped and gaps into the outside, and you'll see the bugs and moths and things that are in that window. The lower left is the ceiling tile damage from leaking roof. The paint inside and out is stained, sagging, and flaking. The column bases are a trip hazard that have resulted in several accidents. Finally, this remodel would improve energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Again, this is our fourth CIP request on this issue. Our next project is 7644 Maintenance and Welding Shop Construction. This project will design and construct a pre-engineered maintenance and welding shop and demolish 2 steel prefabricated metal structures. The new maintenance structure will accommodate a welding shop and roll-up doors for servicing of larger equipment. The welding shop, built in 1990, does not have an HVAC system needed for indoor welding. And the storage building, built in 1994, has no lighting or power. Replacing the current structures will provide greater functional storage and spaces and eliminate continuing and costly maintenance repairs on the old structure. This project has been requested since 2017, and the structural issues have continued to worsen. The purpose of this project is to remove the two aged maintenance structures and replace it with an updated maintenance facility. The current structures show signs of failure due to age and exposure. Currently, the existing maintenance structures are in need of extensive repair on both interior and exterior surfaces. According to the state public works representatives, replacing the current structures rather than repairing them will save money over the long run. A new maintenance structure will have three other advantages other than avoiding costly repairs. First, it'll allow indoor welding. My staff does a terrific job of extending the life of our equipment, not only by staying on top of preventive maintenance, but also by frequent use of welding equipment to repair our tractors, excavators, and other groundskeeping equipment. Second, it would have a taller roll-up doors for large equipment in need of maintenance. Finally, it will consolidate maintenance operations into one location. So this project will design and construct a pre-engineered 4,500 square feet maintenance and welding shop and demolish two 1,400 square feet maintenance and storage structures. The new maintenance structure will accommodate a welding shop with industrial-grade ventilation hoods, changing rooms, lockers, and an office. Two garage bays with roll-up doors on both the front and the rear elevations for drive-through servicing of larger equipment. Neither structure at our Fernley Cemetery is heated. The Cemetery Storage 1 building can only minimally be used by maintenance staff as there's no lighting or power available. The maintenance shop built in 2004 is not welding certified, so if welding needs to be done, welding must be done outside and cannot be done at all if it's too windy. By replacing the current structure, the project will provide greater functional storage and workspaces. Additionally, the project will eliminate ongoing and costly maintenance repairs on the old structures. Should this project not be funded, NDVS will continue to pay for costly upkeep and maintenance of the current structures, leaving reduced funding for the operations of the cemetery. The picture shows the shop. First of all, the shop holds everything from mowers and weed eaters to fertilizer tools and burial markers. In the upper pictures, you will see the result of the damaged roof. In the lower left and right pictures are pictures of buckling and rusted building walls. The damage shown on the right is damage that occurred in late 1990 and does not allow the door to completely close, creating a security issue. The next project is the Project 23152 Carport Gate Protective Fencing and Bollards at the Northern Nevada State Veterans Home. This project will design and construct a vehicle carport for 4 state-owned vehicles, protective fencing, gates, and front entry bollards at the Northern Nevada State Veterans Home to increase both day and night security for residents and employees. The State Veterans Home vans that carry residents to and from appointments at the nearby VA hospital are unsheltered and require up to 30 minutes to cool down or warm up, depending on the season, before residents can safely be transported. 2 large vehicles and a minivan need to be sheltered as soon as possible. The State Veterans Home is located in Sparks. It is 0.6 miles from the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services and 2 miles from the CARES campus, and there has been an increase in disturbance on a monthly basis. Completing the west side fencing and gate across the driveway will help keep staff and residents safe in their workplace and the home. This is the first CIP request for this project. The fencing and gates that are being requested in this project are originally part of the 15 C77 project, but were value engineered out of the project in order to bring that project into budget. A security assessment was done shortly after that, and after the home opened, and the need for bollards was recommended in that assessment. In the pictures, you'll see in the left upper, the front entrance without bollards, and you'll see the 4 red dots where we planned on approximately location of where the bollards would go. The lower left shows the area where the vehicle carport would be added in the back of the building. And the lower right shows where the fence comes to the end of the, by the street on the sidewalk. And on the upper right is the concept of where the red line signifies planning additional fencing with gates across those 2 entry streets. The end of the red line to the right is where it would match up to the fence in the picture below the drawing. The final project I want to talk about is Project 19377, the administration building and site upgrades at the Northern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. This project will design and construct a cemetery public information office upgrade, administration building upgrade, kiosk enclosure, lighting retrofit at the flagpoles adjacent to the columbarium walls, lighting retrofit at the flagpole, and solar-powered spotlights at the main cemetery entrance. The cemetery public information office has not been painted or carpeted for 18 years. The HVAC system is over 22 years old and is not energy efficient and requires frequent repairs and has outlived its useful life cycle. By replacing the HVAC system, the cemetery will avoid imminent failure of the equipment that could cause damage to both property and life. An enclosure and door around the kiosk will help to prolong the life of the gravesite locator as it currently sits under direct sunlight and is exposed to the elements. If this project is not approved, the kiosk will need to be replaced more often, causing undue financial hardship to the state. The downtime of the kiosk during frequent replacement and repairs prevents the public from locating their loved ones immediately and increases staff hours to assist with this information. Retrofitting the lighting at the flagpoles and entrance will result in increased energy efficiency, saving the state money over the life cycle of the flagpoles and entrance walls. If this project is not approved, the lighting will require more energy. The solar-powered spotlights at the entrance will increase public safety for visitors at the cemetery after hours. If this project is not approved, the Department of Veteran Services runs the risk of public incurring an injury at the cemetery after hours. The entrance doors at both the Information Center and the Administration Building do not have ADA power-assisted operators. Visitors who are wheelchair-bound must have assistance to get into the buildings. This request is to allow the facility to have ADA-compliant doors. The 2021 Facility Condition Analysis noted the need for the following project at the Cemetery Public Information Office, and that was interior finishes for that building, as well as the Administration Office egress door installation and interior finishes. The left picture shows office with no egress exit. The red arrow indicates where we were recommended to place an egress door that would go into a room in the back that has an egress door out that. The right picture shows the front entrance that has no ADA power-assisted operators. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. On behalf of NDVS, I want to thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions I can at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Laura Reid for the record. Can we go back for a second to Priority 1 project, the Southern Nevada Vets Home remodel? My understanding in the way that the federal funding flows is that the state would pay for the planning, and then when it gets to the construction phase, the federal grant reimburses, but the state sort of has to float it. I'm talking about CIP cash flow really here, until the federal reimbursement is received. Is that a correct understanding?
I think I'm going to call a friend.
Yeah, that's fine. Totally understand. Mr. Thiele.
Joe can answer that.
Joe Thiele for the record. Great question because it can get confusing between these grants. It's the 65-35 match. Once you get the state match portion, you go up on the list, of approval list. So if you don't have that, you're kind of stuck in a limbo because you have to have that state match. Then once it's awarded, that's when we would submit for the reimbursements as we go along in the project, up to the 65% of allowable cost.
Director Wager, for the record, if I can just add on to that a little bit, we were looking at the list the other day, and of course we're down toward the bottom of the list right now because we don't have the state funding match. There's a very much shorter list at the top that are priority lists because they've already gotten their state funding granted.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Okay, so what do the feds consider money in hand? Is that an approved CIP bill, or when do you get to apply to move up the list to get reimbursement?
If I understand it correctly, it's once we have approval from the state for those funds, if I'm correct.
Once we're awarded the actual grant, yes, then we can submit for reimbursement. What the state match gives us is taking us from the bottom of the list, putting us at a higher priority because they won't fund a project that doesn't have the state match.
Okay. The reason I'm trying to get this on the record is because I know we've had some sort of cash flow issues with approved veterans projects in the past because the feds won't reimburse until, as you described the process, until that you've moved up the priority list. And I just want to ensure that we, to not impede the cause of progress on any of these projects that are the ones that have been approved and the ones that might be approved in the 23 CIP, we kind of minimize that that need to bridge between state funding and, because I know, Public Works staff has talked to you guys about like possibly getting a general fund loan to like bridge that period of reimbursement. So I just wanted to get a little bit clearer myself because I haven't been in those discussions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
I have a question. Kent LaFever for the record. Director, can you confirm that both of the remodels, the remodel for the Boulder City home and the North Las Vegas project, that those grant requests have already been put forth?
I know we put in a grant request, and I think it was revised, and I'll let Director Wager for the record. I will let Joe answer that.
The North Las Vegas is brand new. That's just come up. So we're going to be filing shortly after the budget closing and everything. So the other one was already, we are on the list. We just need to get moved up on the priority list for the Southern Nevada home.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Member Hand, for the record, thank you for your support of our veterans and your presentation.
You're very welcome. We'd like to show you a video. No, I'm just kidding. No video. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and recess till 12:45. Thank you.
This is a test. This is a test. Thank you.
Member hand for the record. Good afternoon, and we'll reconvene here. And are we ready? Good to go? Great. I'd like to welcome you, and we look forward to your presentations.
Thank you, Chairman Han. I appreciate this opportunity to be here. I am Clayton Chappell. I'm the Director of Installations and Environment for the Nevada Army National Guard. I appreciate this opportunity to present our projects before the board. And first off, I want to thank you for the support that you've provided us in the past. I've had this opportunity to be in this position for a few years now, and the support from not only the Kent and his staff, but from the board as well. It's been tremendous. Before we get started on any of our projects, I want to just kind of highlight a couple of things. So in the last CIP, we were able to secure just over $41 million in federal funds, and that matched that up with the state and execute several of the projects, and still in the process of executing more projects. For this CIP, we've already secured over $18 million in federal funds for some of these projects. The total will be just shy of $33 million. We'll continue to work on the federal side to secure more federal funds, but as of right now, we're projecting out about just under $33 million in project money. So we'll start out with our first project, and that would be to remodel our aviation support facility that's up at Stead Airport, the Reno Stead Airport. The project, if any of you have been out there, it's one of our older facilities out at that location and within our inventory. There's not been a lot of major work done inside that. There's been some remodel a little bit here and there, but they've expanded operations. They've expanded their ability to support not only federal missions but state missions. And so we're looking at, and this project is to do some upgrades to that facility. And part of it is they've also had an increase in female aviators. and we need to adjust accordingly as well. We're behind as far as some of the bathrooms and stuff like that, and you'll see that in other projects. So pending any questions on this project? Or I'll just keep going. And
Yeah, I should have. I apologize for, it might be best if we run through them all. And I forgot to ask you to please, make sure with multiple of you at the table, make sure you got a mic close enough so that we can hear everything. It's clear. No, yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
All right.
And to please state your names when you get started, so that.
All right.
And we'll go ahead and run through them all, and then take questions.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. I
Yep.
appreciate that. Once again, I'm Clayton Chappell, Nevada Army National Guard. I do have with me, and they can introduce themselves as well when they speak. Go ahead.
I'm Jamie Ivey. I'm the Designs and Projects Manager for the Nevada Army National Guard.
My name is Sandor Duran. I am the Energy Manager for the Nevada Army National Guard.
All right. So the next project, second project, and I think I provided a couple. I hope each have our projects in front of you. All right. I know I printed out a couple of packets and put them up there. Our second project is in advanced planning. We purchased, actually last legislative session, we got the funding to purchase this facility, which is the University of Nevada's property and site, and it was where the Navy Reserve was. And we have done some operations out of there. We've actually housed a soldier out of there doing from our training side of the house. But over the time, it's going to need some help. And so this is a project asking for some support in renovating. It's a 34,659 square foot facility, and we're going to do some renovations to that facility. All right. The next one is our ground support equipment shop. This is, once again, it's at our state aviation site at Reno Tahoe Stead Airport. We're lacking in storage space up at that facility. And I believe this is one we just secured federal funds for. Is that correct?
Jamie Ivey. Yes, we actually just secured our federal dollars through the end of year UFR with the federal government to help us fund this. Also, we have a lot of equipment that aids in our aircraft support, such as like blades and other mechanical parts that are quite expensive. So this would help us keep them out of the elements, albeit in the winter or summer months, and help store it to increase the longevity of the equipment for our aviation.
All right. We'll just keep going until we see something saying, hey, hold on a second, I got a question. All right, our next project, project number 23083. This is we've secured already $2 million for this project on the federal side, and we're asking some state funding to finish this, to finish design and complete the project in construction. And this is the military. If you haven't heard, we have changed our fitness tests, and a part of this is to instead of just doing push-ups, sit-ups, and run, it's a 6-event thing, which 6-event. It takes 6 different events to complete this task, and in doing this, we need a facility to house the equipment, not only storage of the equipment, but a field to do the testing on, and some of the equipment will be purchased on the federal side. This is down at our Floyd Edsel Training Center, which is in North Las Vegas. This is where we have 3 of our readiness centers. So a majority of our soldiers in the south are at this location, so we plan to build this one in the south, in that location. Okay, our next project is project 23068. That's the Henderson Armory. I can't remember what the cross street is on that one, but we've been there for several years. And Horizon Parkway, that's right, Horizon Parkway. This house is currently the 72nd Military Police. We have some drainage issues out there. There has been some improvement. The city of Henderson has done some improvement just to the north of us, and put a park up there, and it's helped a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of drainage that comes into our property, so this is to correct drainage issues at that site. Excuse me. Next project is 23060. This is in our Carson City, United States Property and Fiscal Office. A facility here in Carson City. It's replacing and improving our air handling system, air handling unit replacement at that site. Facility was built in 2003, and we need to do some upgrades to that site, or to this equipment. All right, next project is going back to our Henderson property. We're asking in project number 23069, remodel the restroom facilities. We've done a tremendous amount. When I say we, it's been a collaborative effort between State Public Works and the Office of the Military, and we've done a tremendous amount of work at that facility, upgrading the power requirements, the air conditioning. One of the ones we have not done yet is the restrooms, so we're asking some state funding to support the remodeling of this restrooms here at this site. Okay, our next project will be project number 23054. This is a combined support maintenance facility, which is this the one in Carson City? Okay, all right. And once again, we need to do some upgrades to the HVAC system and renovation to this. These are some current pictures, and we need to upgrade this system at our facility, at our maintenance facility site in Carson City. All right, we have secured federal funds for this project. This is and we're I think it's close to $6 million in federal funds. Is that correct?
Jamie, Ivey, yes, we've secured $5.7 million through a UMC project with the federal government, and we expect to see those in November of 2023.
So in that, we need to complete a design and then start into construction. We're asking for both. We're asking for funding to support both the design and construction of this. What we're lacking, not only in storage space up there, and lacking in remodel space, a space that we need to remodel. We do not have the storage space for our aircraft up there. We're currently working with State Public Works Board. We're doing our Blackhawks, our UH-60s, doing the storage hangar for them, and we'll probably get, I think, 4 UH-60s in there? 3. We'll get 3. And the design in this one is obviously 3. So rather than having them weather the storms out there or take a beating, those that aren't currently being used, we'd do storage in here, store in this facility. Okay, as I said, we secured federal funds. We're asking for state funds to support this project. The next project number 23086, concrete replacement. This is also at the Stead Airport, but it's at the Readiness Center, not at our aviation facility, but just south of the aviation facility is a Readiness Center that houses approximately 500 soldiers on drill weekends. And so we have some dilapidated and spalling and cracked concrete that needs replacement out there. So we're asking for state funding to support in this project.
Sandor Duran. We are looking for a power upgrade over at the office of the Adjutant General building down in Carson City. As you can see from the pictures, we've done a good job of reducing the energy usage, so that's giving the staff opportunity to plug more stuff in. So we've pretty much maxed out all breaker space throughout the facility, and we're looking for upgrades to allow for the continued expansion of the site. Sandor Duran, replace interior lighting and controls at United States Fiscal Office United States Property and Fiscal Office. Currently, the building has fluorescent fixtures throughout the facility. We have done upgrades to LED bulbs, but over time, that's not a true solution to the fix, so we're looking to reevaluate the lighting to give better foot candles at offices as well as hallways, and look at providing better controls to make sure the lights are shutting off when people are not in the facility.
Jamie Ivey, Project 23057, replace overhead doors at Harry Reid Training Center. In the last CIP, we replaced a lot of our facility doors. This also helps increase the insulation, so we're not losing air or heat in the summer or winter months. And it'll help improve the facilities and longevity, especially of the equipment that sits in there through the extreme temperatures.
Clayton Chapel, for this project, project number 23066. This is at our Las Vegas Readiness Center site that was constructed back in 2007. This is off of Silverado Ranch, and for those that are familiar with the Las Vegas area, this is just, it's near South Point Casino in that area. And over time, there's been a lot of construction that has been done outside of our property that has reduced the need for all these drainage sites on our site here. And we need to expand our parking, we need to expand opportunities to build at this site. So we're looking at filling in a lot of this, the drainage in that location. And we've already had the study done, civil engineering study done that says that we can do this, and working with State Public Works Board, Kent and his staff. And then the next step is to get the construction dollars to finalize this. Ultimately, if you're familiar with that area off of Silverado Ranch, there's a lot of construction going on, and they're not only residential, but there's a lot of commercial in that area. And so what we're ultimately looking at potentially doing, and it's not part of this project, but just kind of future projects, is if we can, and we're working with the city of Las Vegas, is to pull our entryway off of Silverado Ranch and try to deconflict some of those issues that we're having already.
Sandor Duran, we're looking to install a fiber optic interconnect between Floyd Etzel Training Center. Currently, the original site was Floyd Etzel Training Center, and they built North Las Vegas Readiness Center. A part of that, we just finished building Speedway Readiness Center, which is on our property, but which is about a mile or so down the way on the other side of our property, so we can anchor it. So what we're looking to do here is interconnect it with a fiber line, which would then allow us to start reducing our need for internet and provide better resiliency and kind of keep our network in-house. Because the future plans, I believe, would be to continue to expand on that Speedway site, and that way it would keep everything connected, network connected.
Jamie Ivey, 23084 project would be the canopy over our simulators at Floyd Etzel. Due to the conditions in the summer, as you all know, Las Vegas can get upwards to 118 degrees. Unfortunately, the air conditioning units that are sitting on top of these self-contained simulators for our training for our soldiers overheats in those summer months, and the equipment inside cannot cool down quick enough with the exterior AC units attached. The canopy enclosure should help shade the simulators on our current pad that we have out there to keep the direct sun off of them to help cool down the units. So we're requesting some support in dollars on this to help aid in our simulation training out at our Floyd Etzel training site.
This is, as I mentioned earlier, we are building a Army combat fitness test in the south at our North Las Vegas site. This is going to be the one in northern Nevada. We'll be out at the Stead Airport area. This is a, as I said, Army combat fitness test, project 23094. I know General Barry has been working with on a couple projects, and this is one of them that I'll mention. He's been working with the governor's staff on and in the finance and the budget office as far as trying to secure the funds to not only do design, but also construction of this. So we have both the South ACFT, Army Combat Fitness Test, as well as the North Army Combat Fitness Test.
Sandor Duran. We are looking for the central plant replacement at a Las Vegas Readiness Center. The building was built in 2007, and the big concern we've had here was with the chiller at this site. We've had a lot of issues from the beginning. I know it's not from state maintenance neglect. Ever since I've started 10 years ago, I know the staff has been concerned about this piece of equipment and has tried to do everything they can, bringing in specialty chiller people to look at it, try to maintenance it, try to make it work appropriately. But unfortunately, it's not, and now we are kind of on a downward spiral. I believe this summer we were down to 1 circuit out of a 2-circuit chiller, so we were basically short on cooling capacity because it serves the entire facility. So maintenance has really made this one of their priorities of trying to change out the central plant, with that being the chiller on this project. We've had some, excuse me, some issues with the boilers as well. The maintenance staff has done a great job of limping everything along, but they're looking for our support to get it finally changed out.
Jamie Ivey, Project 23053, overhead door replacement at Carlin Readiness Center. We're currently working to replace the maintenance shop facility doors to provide better insulation and quality with also motorized doors on these facilities. This is also a project that will help with the finalization of the doors out there to provide updated and insulated doors with mechanical means. 23062. This is also another project to provide insulation. On one of these photos, you can see some of the daylight is entering in on one of our facility doors. This is our Henderson Armory location in Las Vegas. This also will provide better insulation to our facilities and storage area, and also provide an updated mechanical opener for the facility as well on these doors.
Next project, Clayton Chapel, it's a Speedway Readiness Center. Now, this one was just completed, and we occupy this facility. This is in North Las Vegas, just off of, around the racetrack there in North Las Vegas area. And we completed in 2020. However, some of the equipment that we've inherited and acquired and are required to have is requiring us to do some modifications to this facility already, and we need to build a high security office area in the 2nd floor to house equipment and personnel to maintain accountability of this equipment. So we're asking for state funding to help support in modification to this building.
Sandor Duran. We're looking to add a geothermal well field to the Speedway Readiness Center. The building was completed in 2020. The geo well field, we didn't have the funding to install it, so, bless you. So a part of the construction, they've already put in the geo well field headers out to the well field, so we plan for that. That's going to help us reduce the energy, that's going to provide energy reduction as well as water reduction of not having to use the cooling tower, and then it would also increase the security and resiliency of the facility in case of a gas outage. We could still operate the building using electricity, heat the building under electricity, and if the electricity goes out, then we can still heat the facility using the generator on site. So it helps with the security and resiliency of the facility. Sandor Duran, we are requesting money to install parking lot solar panels at Speedway Readiness Center. We kind of accomplished two things with this one. It allows us to increase our solar footprint at the facility. Currently, right now, there's a 54 kW system out there that's just kind of a tick on the actual power that we use at the facility. But this would also allow us to increase the renewable energies we get for the facility, help the state with their portfolio. It would allow us to, in a case of emergency, allow us not to run the generator as much, therefore expanding the amount of fuel, how long we get the generator runtime out of the fuel, which increases our security and our resiliency, and kind of the off benefit that everyone on site keeps telling me about is in the summertime they get to park their car in the shade instead of in the 110-degree weather, and they really appreciate that. So that's what we're kind of looking for at the Speedway Readiness Center. Sandor Duran, Floyd Etzel Training Center. This building we're looking to replace the electrical panels at Floyd Etzel Training Center. Also with this facility and the shops, the building is, I want to say 98, around there it was constructed, 97. The facility has increased in usage, and the idea of what we've used 20 years ago is increased electrical usage. Our usage has gone down, but the demand has gone up. So right now on both the shops and the armory, the panels are full and they can't add new loads to the facilities for any new mission or job they have at the facility.
Clayton Chapel, project 21129. This is the construct storage buildings. This is at our Carson City site. We have overgrown our storage capabilities there, and so we've been putting Connex boxes on our site, and leadership has told us to clean up what our site looks like, and so we're requesting funding to help support us in that one.
Jamie Ivey, project 23288 for the field maintenance shop remodel. We're requesting additional state dollars with this, which we have also secured the federal portion of this project already. The current staff has outgrown the facility, and we're looking at expanding not only the locker room space to provide them showers and stuff, especially after working all day on the field maintenance area, but also will provide classroom and storage space. Currently, the facility is undersized for the equipment and tools that they house in our maintenance shop. So this will increase their storage and decrease the Connex container park that we have out back so that they can actually get those tools into the facility without having to walk around the building to get to a Connex container.
Clayton Chapel, project number 21202. That's the connection of the sewer system there at our Speedway Readiness Center. When we were under construction, when it originally designed, the plan was to connect into the sewer there in North Las Vegas. However, by the time we got the construction funds, both federal and state, the connection to the sewer was taken by another group out there. So we designed and we're operating out of a leach field at this time. The capacity is now back at that location, and we would now connect back into the sewer. It's designed to where we can connect. Now we just need to connect it.
The last one is HVAC systems Sandor Duran. The last project is the HVAC Systems Renovation Emergency Operations Center, PN 23056. If you're not aware, after the COVID response, the governor then gave the Office of the Military the responsibility of maintaining the Emergency Operations Center. And through that, we've discovered that the main electrical or HVAC system needs a complete overhaul. It was constructed in 2005. Currently this year, the chiller went out and they couldn't find the parts. So we end up spending, I think, $48,000 to bring in temporary cooling until they could get the chiller back and operational. The boilers, which are one's propane, two natural gas, are at the end of their service life and probably need an update with technology as well as just need to be replaced. There's a lot of units that were maybe placed in inaccessible areas for the maintenance staff, which makes it very hard to get to. And sometimes they can't get to it all unless they bring in a scissor lift, which sometimes isn't very accessible. And the building houses like 5 different state departments, which would, off the top of my head, is like forestry, highway patrol, the National Guard, Department of Energy or Emergency Management, all use the facility. And over the last 20 years, the spaces also have changed, where now there is 2 of those. There's a couple of 24-hour operations that make the building run 2/3 of the time. So it's time to look at this HVAC and give it a review and replacement. Thank you.
So Clayton Chapel, that concludes all the projects we have. We have 28 projects. We're asking for overall over $43 million, almost $44 million in state funds. We've currently secured, as I said, over $18 million in federal funds. I'm comfortable to say at this time we're going to secure another several million, up to about $33 million in federal funds to match up with the state funds for all of these projects. So that concludes the presentation now, subject to your questions.
I'm sure we're going to have a few questions.
This is Laura Reid for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I need to flip back a couple of pages to 23054. And the question was, in the project narrative, they noted that this was going to replace components that were not replaced in the agency project. So could you talk, and maybe this might be for public works staff, I'm not sure. Could you talk a little bit about what the limitations of that agency project was and why this one wouldn't also be an agency project?
I can talk. This is Sandor Duran for the record. The agency agreement, when we got the federal funds for it, didn't cover all the equipment. It just covered some of the oldest and most worn down pieces of equipment. Some of the pieces of equipment, we're actually changing types. But one of the things is the agency agreement was in 19, and I just had the DD presentation for drawings on that today. And from 19 till today, construction costs have increased significantly. So even on like the 7 to 9 pieces of equipment that we're replacing in that project, most likely we're only going to get like 3 to 5 pieces of equipment. So that's kind of where we're at with the original agency agreement. And I think as we discussed it when we walked it, that whatever we couldn't get picked up, that we could look to get done in the CIP.
Okay. Yeah, Kent Lefevre, interim administrator. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, Jamie, you mentioned that you have 18 million secured now. Would you please send those funding letters to my attention?
Jamie, Ivey, yes, sir. Most of them should. I sent out 3 additional ones to the other 7 that are the other 4, so they should be on their way to you.
Okay, I just want to have them in one spot so I can check them. The other question I have is on the funding change for 23088, the hangar. When is the sunset date on the federal funds?
Jamie, Ivey, when we receive those in fiscal year 2024, calendar year 2023, we will have 5 years to expend those funds. The issue with this particular money source is that it comes from a UMMC, which is a unspecified minor military construction funding source, which is approved through Congress. If we do not obligate those funds sooner than later, Congress takes a list, and if we have not spent and expedited that money, they can pull that back within our 5-year period. So that is a concern on our end, why we would like to do design and construction in one CIP cycle versus 2, due to the concern of losing the portion of the 5.7 that we have secured.
So if my math is right, the funds expire on September 30th of '28?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member hand for the record. I'm just glad to see a lot of the things that are on your list are associated with energy conservation, and we've been here for a day and a half, and we haven't heard a lot about, I don't think the word resilience has come up more than maybe once, if it has. So I'm glad to hear the term resilience, and I'm glad to see the focus on conservation of energy and being green. Thank you. If everybody's no more questions, we thank you very much for your presentation.
All right, thank you once again. Appreciate the support from the board and from the State Public Works Division. Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Member Hand for the record. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we look forward to your presentation. If you could please remember to use the mic so that we can capture the conversation, and state your names as you get started, that would be appreciated. And since you have so few projects today, we'll ask you to run through them all first, and then reserve questions to the end. And we look forward to your presentations.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. I appreciate your time. As you know, we have 77 projects, and we'll go through each of them very thoroughly. I've been advised that maybe we should just stick to the top 20. My name is John Barrowman. I am the ASO4 for Behavioral Health with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. With me at the table today, I have Katrina Nilsson from the Division of Child and Family Services, and I have Jessica Adams from the Division, the Aging and Disabilities Services Division. And each of, they will be providing testimony on their individual projects. As a department, though, we are here to represent the Department of Health and Human Services. We provide important and often critical health services to the citizens of Nevada. Oftentimes, we are the only providers available for direct services to the most vulnerable populations. And for those reasons, we have with direct services, and so for those reasons, we do have facilities that are required to meet certain standards to provide those services. We appreciate the opportunity to present these requests. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, this is Katrina Nielsen. I just wanted to mention that, excuse me, and I'm the Acting Deputy Administrator for Division of Child and Family Services. I just wanted to mention that this is a collaborative effort between the divisions to determine and prioritize these projects before you today. Dr. Pitlock, our administrator, is unable to be here. She's attending and helping with the children's mental health crisis in Southern Nevada. The DCFS's vision is to have safe, healthy, thriving kids in every Nevada community. And with these projects before you today, that will help us realize our vision. So project number 21146 is an HVAC replacement for Desert Willow Treatment Center. This project will replace 6 air handling units and 91 fan coils at the Desert Willow Treatment Center on the Southern Nevada Child and Adolescent Services campus. This project for Desert Willow is it's the state's only locked children's mental health and behavioral health hospital. The hospital provides 24-hour, highly structured treatment services for up to 54 youth, and children and youth between the ages of 6 and 17 who are severely emotionally disturbed. The acuity of the clients being served by the facility underscores the importance of not interrupting critical treatment services these youth are receiving. This project is of the utmost importance to the division because this facility cannot operate safely without a properly working HVAC system. If the HVAC system fails, it would displace youth in which we have limited options and alternatives for their placement. It also may impact the facility's Joint Commission licensure and accreditation. The 6 air handlers and 91 coil fans at the facility are original to the building, which was built in 1998. And of note, I just wanted to mention that DCFS at the August IFC received ARPA funding to replace the ceiling tiles, and it replaces the solid surface, the ceiling tiles with a solid surface, and it's for remodeling the restrooms, the wall enforcement to solid walls, and anti-ligature fixtures to remove potential safety and security hazards. Once the facility is fully operational, we'll have 1 acute and 4 residential treatment units that are segregated, and This project was also requested last biennium.
Again, John Barman with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health for the record. Our division is complementary of all of the divisions within the department. We do operate, focusing on the projects that are being presented today, we do operate direct services for mental health facilities. We have the civil facilities where no crime has been committed, but people need mental health treatment, including inpatient admissions, also including outpatient services. And then we also run a forensic facility. We have one at Lakes Crossing Center here in Reno, and then we have the Stein facility down in Las Vegas. Forensic facilities are for those where a crime has been committed, and it's uncertain if the defendant or the defendant is able to represent themselves in their defense. So we would have that individual in the forensic facility with the intent of providing restoration to a capacity where they could defend themselves, and then therefore go back to the courts and be adjudicated for the crime that's been alleged. In that particular situation, some of those individuals are dangerous, some of those are more difficult, and we do have, it is an incarceration where they are not free to leave. And so those in the civil and in the forensic, all of them do have mental health components, which bring on very unique challenges. Not only are some of the population vulnerable, but also some of the population could be aggressive and in significant despair. So with those challenges, we have this first project for the division. This is going to be at the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus for the Ross-and-Nil Hospital. This is where we do have mental health patients admitted, and we have facilities, a room where they would be located. This project is to provide anti-ligature renovation to the client rooms in order to make sure that they are in a safe environment. We also have interior finishes and showers that are going to be renovated, and then we're going to complete the replacement of fixed furniture in the client bedrooms and replace the flooring in the client rooms, the gymnasiums, and the allied therapy rooms. I do have pictures there so that you can see what we are talking about. In order to maintain certification, we do have to replace much of this furniture in order to make sure that it meets the standards for anti-ligature, and it provides a safe environment for the clients. There are some related issues. We do have a work program that was approved on August 17th, and it does do a portion of the work. However, this project is still needed. We did have a security event recently in our division, unfortunately, and so this project is pretty important for us to complete to try and avoid that risk. I would say that the Ross-and-Nil facility is dual purpose, which means that the renovations that are being made would allow the facility to meet the forensic standard and the civil standard when it comes to anti-ligature. In terms of the work program that was approved, it does not include DPOD, and also the current State Public Works Division DPOD project. It does replace some of the furniture. However, it does not replace the beds. The CIP project is therefore needed, and we would reconcile this project with not only the current DPOD project, but also the work program that was approved at the August IFC to make sure that there is no duplication in the scope of the project.
Katrina Nielsen for the record. This next project is at our NACAS campus, our Northern Nevada Child and Adolescent Services campus. And the Northern Nevada Child and Adolescent Services campus, the facility that we're speaking about today, has been renamed from the Adolescent Treatment Center to the Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility North, just for your information. This project is to replace the multi-zone air handling unit at NACAS's Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility, and it's located in Sparks. Building 8A is part of the NAMS campus in Sparks, and this is a CARF-accredited license through the Bureau of Healthcare Quality and Compliance, and is a residential treatment unit that is occupied year-round. Up to 16 youth with severe emotional disturbances reside in this building every day, including weekends and holidays. All bedrooms are sealed, so when the doors are closed and secured at night, only the ventilation that comes from the ceiling vent with the airflow is available to the residents. The HVAC system failed in December of 2019, causing a temporary displacement of the youth in residence. And a temporary system was made operational in April of 2020. Since that time, there have been blower failures in both zones and ongoing temperature fluctuation issues with the corner rooms. Also, during heavy precipitation, the roof leaks in the kitchen area, and this project was also requested last biennium.
Thank you. John Barrowman with DPBH. We do have the second request for our division. It is for the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus down in Las Vegas. This is for the Stein facility, which is a forensic facility. We do have a picture available. You can see that it is meant for incarceration. The security perimeter must be maintained. We do have individuals that are accused of a crime, and we want to make sure that we maintain sufficient control. This project, it does remodel the client restrooms. It does provide for full anti-ligature, for lighting, restroom fixtures, and interior finishes and showers. It also includes replacement of a fixed furniture in the client bedrooms. This project will replace doors and repair exterior finishes around the building at grade level. I would note that as part of the anti-ligature, we do have our furniture secured, and that means secured to the walls, and therefore is part of the structure that requires this project to be considered. In terms of the exterior services that are being provided, we do have quite a bit of aging. It is important for the structure to be sound. At this point, we do have some compromises to the concrete that are supporting the security fencing, and we need to have those repaired in order to maintain the control of people that are accused of crime and we're responsible for containing. I would note that we did have a work program also approved on the August IFC. It does have some relationship to this. However, this project is still needed in order to replace the closets, the shelving, the stools, and the seclusion room beds, plus all exterior repairs. In other words, the work program that was approved in August was a small section of what this project is. We would continue to work with State Public Works Division to make sure that the scope is non-duplicative. Thank you. The next project, this is at the Lakes Crossing Center. As mentioned, this is another forensic facility. It is located on the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus, which is located in Sparks. The request in front of you is for the secured area door replacement. With our particular clientele, sometimes they are not stable, they need mental health assistance, and oftentimes they are aggressive as well. So it is important for us to maintain control of the facility. As part of that clientele, there are risks to the facility. We did provide some pictures as well to some of the types of things that have been occurring and that we've been trying to mitigate. In particular, you can see where someone may be trying to kick a door through, has damaged the stiles of the door, and we have reinforced, welded numerous times, but at some point the integrity of the door has been compromised and is no longer appropriate for a forensic facility. You can see where they've been kicked out, they're bowing. And so this project is to replace the secured area doors to make sure that we do maintain proper control, and it's not only for the client safety, but also for the staff safety. Thank you. The next project that we have is also for the Lakes Crossing. Again, security being a very major factor in the request and the prioritization. We do have in this facility an aging video system, and it also has the capacity to function with door controls. And the request in front of us is to upgrade the video surveillance system as well as integrate more effectively with the door controls. When we have an event, a recorded event, it's important that we have access to that. We wouldn't always know when an event occurs immediately. We need to have time for reports to be made, especially given the vulnerable population might not be reporting timely. So we need to make sure that we have adequate storage first and foremost, so that we would have events recorded as evidence. Secondly, we want to make sure that we have all of the cameras working functionally. We also have monitoring stations that are appropriate, and that finally that it integrates with the door controls so that we have access to the secured areas in the least burdensome way possible to make sure that we could respond quickly and effectively while not compromising the security or someone monitoring the events on the camera. I would say that we did have a work program that was approved on the August 17th IFC, and now that I have sold this very well, I just want to make sure you understand that this is extremely important to us, which is why we did present this to the August IFC. It was approved, and having said that, I wanted to explain what it was about, but also to let you know that we did receive ARPA funding for this project, and so therefore this project can be eliminated from the queue, and I promise not to backfill with one more on the back end. Thank you. Next project, again for DPBH. This is on the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services campus down in Las Vegas. This is for the advanced planning for the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility. Unfortunately, given the increase in our population, we also have increased clientele that are accused of a crime but may not be able to defend themselves. So we have a need for quite a few more clients in a forensic capacity. Additionally, there was a change in law that allows for an extended restoration, so people can be in this holding pattern, trying to bring them to be restored for defense for a much longer period of time, and even as much as 10-year increments. With that, we are having increased clientele for longer periods of time, which means that we are occupying beds for longer periods of time and therefore have reached our maximum capacity. We do have a significant concern that we don't have very many alternatives for this type of population. Mind you, they've been accused of a crime, considered at harm or unable to be able to provide their own defense. It does require a very secured facility, but it also requires special handling of the clientele because they do need to have mental health services to bring them up to ability to defend themselves. With that, our population has maxed out our facilities. We are looking at alternatives, trying to find places where we can find 10 more beds, but that is not going to be sufficient for the projected population. We do need to have a long-term solution for this population. This request is for the advanced planning to try and figure out, where's the site, what would the right facility makeup be, how many beds do we need? And so if we don't get this project started, then we can't go to the next phase. It's important that we at least do this front end to try and make sure that we understand the need and provide for an option for the state.
Katrina Nielsen, for the record. Project number 23197 is the third project of the 12 that we have before you today. This project is to replace the existing generator and transfer switch at the Summit View Youth Center. The Summit View Youth Center is a maximum security youth facility with a 48-bed capacity. DCFS provides programming and services to youth between the ages of 12 and 18. Summit View focuses on high school age males between the age of 14 and 19. Summit View is a 13-acre facility constructed in 2000 in North Las Vegas near the Nellis Air Force Base. This facility, in collaboration with the Clark County School District, operates educational programs for youth and it offers both required and elected academics, subjects, remedial programs, special education programs, vocational programs, and interscholastic activities. Summit View has a nursing staff, a psychologist, contracted physicians, a contracted psychiatrist, and a contracted dentist to provide comprehensive on-site medical services to the youth. In addition, Summit View provides recreational programming, drug and alcohol abuse counseling, recovery programming, group and individual counseling, sexual offender treatment, cognitive and behavioral health therapy, and treatment planning. During a power outage, the current generator will only power the emergency lighting in the facility. The kitchen is not operational, and it does not comply with the state of Nevada's disaster plan, which calls for the generator to be operational for 3 days in the event of a natural disaster or any disaster. The replacement generator will be large enough to provide emergency power to the entire site. The existing generator is 22 years old and is past its useful life and was with the original generator for the facility.
Thank you, John Barwin with DPBH. The next request is for the Lakes Crossing Center shower room renovation. I know that showers are oftentimes part of a CIP project. I would just point out that at Lakes Crossing, this does become a security event. We do have tiles that are falling off of the wall, can therefore be modified for contraband and put the individuals and the staff at risk. So therefore, this particular project is to construct the renovation of 5 shower stalls in the Lakes Crossing housing unit. Definitely need to make sure that we are maintaining a safe place for the client and maintaining safety of our staff. We do have, from the obvious pictures here, we do have obvious concerns with degradation of the showers from a sanitary perspective as well. So we need to make sure that these are sufficient to meet certification. Thank you. The next project also for DPBH. This is for the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. This is for a replacement of the elevator at the Stein Forensic Hospital. I will reiterate that the Stein facility is a forensic hospital, does have individuals that are need mental health assistance and also have been accused of a crime and could be in any level of risk And for safety reasons, we obviously need to have an elevator that is going to be reliable, not exactly the environment that you want to be bringing individuals into if you have an uncertainty if it's going to work appropriately. Substantial number of repairs over the last few years, and it is time for us to do a renovation of this particular elevator to make sure that we do not put clients or staff at risk. It is originally constructed in 1988, the facility itself, and we want to make sure that we are addressing it. You can see that the build date on this is 1987 and is probably time for an upgrade.
The next project that we have, this is Katrina Nielsen, is number 21151, and it is for an interior remodel and replacement of buildings 11 and 12 on the Oasis campus. And this project will design and construct a remodeling of the bathrooms and kitchens of buildings 11 and 12 on the Southern Nevada Child and Adolescent Services campus to create accessible bathrooms and kitchens. The first floor install solid surface, seamless showers, replace wall and floor finishes, repair underfloor plumbing, and replace plumbing fixtures. This project will also replace windows in buildings 11 and 12 on the Snackus campus, and the replacements will include dual pane, low E impact resistant glass. The frames will be painted to complement the existing buildings. This project will also include an evaluation and cost analysis of window replacement alternatives for all of our buildings on the campus. The project for the Oasis Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facilities, which is it's a 24-hour highly structured treatment services for children and youth ages 6 to 17 who are severely emotionally disturbed. And the difference between this facility versus the Desert Willow is this is an unlocked facility versus a Desert Willow being locked. This project would create accessible bathrooms and kitchen remodel bathroom materials. It includes anti-ligature fixtures and installs the impact-resistant glass. Last fiscal year, the agency spent over $11,000 on window replacements. This project is important to the division because it allows the facilities to be accessible to disabled clients, and it is a life safety project. Buildings 11 and 12 were built in 1981, and this project was previously requested last biennium. Looks like it's me again for a while. Katrina Nielsen. The next project before you is for our Summit View Gymnasium addition and remodel. This is back to our maximum security facility. This project will design and construct additional multi-purpose rooms and a restroom, athletic flooring and air conditioning system, a closed circuit TV system, insulation to the walls and roof assemblies, and replace the lighting and bleachers in the gymnasium at the Summit View Youth Center. This project, the addition of the multipurpose rooms, it'll create an indoor recreational area for the youth that are housed there. The project includes a closed circuit TV system for the safety and security of the clients and our employees. The evacuative coolers are original to construction and have reached the end of their useful service life. The extreme Las Vegas temperatures don't allow for the youth to participate in the gym currently for several months during the year. Adding a new air conditioning system will provide the necessary heating and cooling to increase the use of the gymnasium. The existing bleachers are original to the building and they need to be replaced. If this project is not funded, the gymnasium will continue to be underutilized and the youth will be underserved. in opportunities to give them rest and physical exercise. The next project is project number 7508 for our NYTC gymnasium floor replacement. This project is to design and construct removal and replacement of the existing athletic flooring at the NYTC. This project will install traditional athletic wood flooring. So for this project, NYTC was originally established in 1915. It's our oldest facility that we have. It is a staff secure facility located in Elko, Nevada. And this facility is our medium security facility. The facility includes separate housing units for the youth committed to the state for correctional care, and which consists of 3 cottages that hold 16 youth. And NYTC has a capacity to serve up to 160 youth, but is currently legislatively approved for 60 youth between the ages of 12 and 18. On site, there is an administration building, an infirmary, a full-service kitchen, a laundry, maintenance, and accredited high school, a gymnasium, and the football soccer field, and a baseball and softball diamond, and a workout room for weightlifting and cardio and fitness. The next item is also for NYTC. It's project number 7515. It is to design and construct replacement of and flooring for the classroom and infirmary building at the NYTC. This project includes a heavy-duty vinyl tile, carpet, and ceramic tile, as well as cove base. For this project, the classroom and infirmary building flooring, it needs to be replaced due to the age and the heavy foot traffic that it's received over the years. The public, youth, and staff that are in residence are at risk of tripping on both broken tile and torn carpet. The flooring basically has reached the end of its useful life and is no longer able to be maintained. Project number 19235 is also at NYTC, and it's to connect a well that we currently have in place to the irrigation system. This project will design and construct upgrades to water infrastructure at the NYTC necessary to connect the existing well number 2 to the irrigation system. Maintenance of well number 1 is included in this project because it will remain the sole domestic water source for NYTC. The project scope includes rehabilitation of wells 1 and 2, replacement of pumps at each well, instrumentation reconfiguration, installation of backflow preventer at the gem, and a site piping necessary to connect well number 2 to the existing irrigation system. This project, well number 1, it's our sole source of domestic water, and it also provides irrigation currently. Well number 2, it is not currently connected to the water system. So the this arrangement, although workable, results in a greater usage of well number 1. Connecting well number 2 to the irrigation system will relieve well number 1 from the usage and prolong its useful life. Connecting well number 2 to the irrigation system also provides us with the ability to use existing water rights at NYTC that otherwise could be forfeited as they're not currently utilized. The NYTC domestic water system is over 50 years old. The majority of the buildings and infrastructure were constructed in the 60s and 70s. Potable and irrigation water to the NYTC is provided by a single well and a 400,000 gallon water storage tank located just west of the campus. As well, a second well was constructed with a previous CIP. However, it yielded extremely high ferrous ferrous content, making it unsuitable for domestic use. Project number 7511 is also at NYTC. This project will design and construct a campus-wide replacement of the irrigation water system at NYTC. The sports field irrigation system is in good condition, will not be included in this project. The project scope includes abandonment of the existing irrigation facilities and installation of a new irrigation main, valves, sprinkler heads, and control wiring. If possible, recently upgraded sprinkler heads will be reused. This existing irrigation system was installed in 1974 and has reached the ends of its useful life. Current pipe materials are inconsistent with current standards, resulting in continual maintenance. And the site use has changed over the years, and the existing sprinkler layout is wasteful and insufficient. Project number 1914, we're back on the SNACIS campus at Desert Willow Treatment Center, our maximum, our psychiatric residential treatment facility, this in our psychiatric hospital. This project will design and construct a rounded wall cap on top of the patio yard walls at Desert Willow. And this project, it's the state's only psychiatric hospital. This hospital provides the 24-hour highly structured services for the children and youth between the ages of 6 and 17, as I mentioned previously. This project will design and construct a rounded wall cap on top of the yard wall. The yard walls are only 10 feet high. The existing patio walls can be breached by residents in care. The new rounded cap walls will discourage elopement by hindering the residents' ability to obtain a firm grip at the top of the wall. This project is important to the division because it will prevent elopements from occurring. This project was previously requested in the last biennium. The next project is for SNACIS to install security cameras. As Mr. Barrowman mentioned, security is an ever-growing and increasing problem for our facilities. This project will design and construct a surveillance system, including fixed cameras, digital storage, to retain images for future use at the SNACIS. This project is necessitated by, we've had several break-ins. We've had a stolen vehicle. We've had a stolen our facility equipment. Our golf cart, they're not golf carts, but they're gators. Those have been stolen. So this is an important project to the division to at least have a security system in place. This project will design and construct a surveillance system, including fixed cameras and digital storage to retain images for future use at SNACIS. There have been campus buildings and vehicles broken into and vandalized, and the camera footage will assist us in criminal investigations and better document employee and client incidents. As I mentioned, we had 2 utility carts stolen, and the value of those utility carts were $23,000. This project is important to the division because the cameras could be a deterrent to criminals and criminal activity. It would assist criminal investigations and would assist employee and clients' incidents that occur on the property. This project was previously requested under the last biennium.
Jessica Adams, Deputy Administrator for the Aging and Disability Services Division. The only project that ADSD has in the top 20 is our security fencing at Desert Regional Center. The Desert Regional Center operates the state's only intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We're licensed for 48 people. We have 39 people there currently, and these are among the most vulnerable people in the state. The security fencing project will not only help with safety, but will also help with freedom of movement for the people that actually live there. We are a sister campus to the Desert Willow treatment that she was just speaking of, so we also are experiencing quite a lot of safety issues there. We have an increased foot traffic of unauthorized people. The concern there is that they can walk right up to people's homes. So this campus has 11 home settings, serving anywhere from 3 to 6 people per each home. Having that unauthorized foot traffic is just a major safety issue. We've had break-ins, just like Desert Willow. We've had cars broken into, buildings broken into. Just 2 weeks ago, we had an individual's three-wheel bike stolen right off of his backyard. So this is a definite safety issue. The other big issue that we would be able to improve upon if we were able to get fencing is the quality of life for the people served there. So currently all of our doors have to be locked from the inside. We do not have to be a locked facility, but because we have people living there who might wander off, who might elope, who might run into traffic, into some very busy streets. This is the corner of Jones and Charleston down in Las Vegas, so lots of traffic. We have to keep the doors locked and people can only go outside with the staff escort. If we were able to have security fencing and gating, they'd be able to really use their whole campus. Some of the things we've been able to do there, we have like a gardening center, which they currently can only go to if they have staff with them, as opposed to just being able to go and again use their full home. We do have CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. We are highly regulated by them. Having increased independence, freedom of movement, all of those things will help us ensure that we are able to keep up all of our certification and not get into trouble with them. This project was requested in the last 2 bienniums. We were able to, in 2021, get the schematics for the project done.
And last but not least, project number 21141 is back at NYTC and Elko for security entrance gates. This project will design and construct electronic security gates with a key card access at the 2 entrances to the NYTC facility, including site improvements and utility connections. The Nevada Youth Training Center facility houses troubled youth in a structured rehabilitation program. The facility does not have a fence or secure point of access, and there's currently no way to control vehicle access to the facility. The gates would allow for the Division of Forestry, which is housed at the northeast corner of the property, to have access to their facility. It would also allow for visitors to access the administration building for check-in purposes, but it would not allow unauthorized access to the back of the campus. The NYTC was constructed in multiple phases, as I mentioned previously, which started in 1962 and was the last structures were built in the mid-1990s. And that concludes our presentation for the DHHS of our top 20 of the 77 projects for your consideration. And I will open it up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Laura Reid for the record. On number 3, the Northern Nevada Child and Adolescent Rooftop Multi-Zone Unit, how many youth are housed in Building 8A right now?
At this time, I would have to double check, but I believe the capacity is 16, but we currently are not at capacity.
Okay.
Due to we have ongoing staffing issues.
Sure.
That we are unable to hire qualified people to support our facility at full capacity.
Okay. On number 7, I believe, the advanced planning to, replace Stein effectively. Sorry. Here we go. So the construction cost on our project narrative is $215 million. If this project were funded and completed, would DHHS be looking to request construction of $250 million in state bond funds for construction in a future CIP?
This is John Barman from DPBH. Absolutely. The intent isn't to design a facility and then leave it unconstructed. This is a desperate need. We are at capacity. We do have people that are eligible for these facilities, but we don't have a place for them. So the intent is to find a proper solution for this clientele. Absolutely.
It looks like we don't have any additional questions, so thank you for your presentations.
Thank you.
Unless you want to go through the rest of the 77 project.
No, I think
Okay. Hearing none, I thank the board for their time today. Appreciate our opportunity to be here and present this to you.
Member Hand, for the record, I don't think we have to remind you all to state your names and make sure everybody's got a mic handy. You've been through the drill for the last day and a half, and it looks like you win with the amount of paper in the book. So we'll look forward to you presenting, and I'm sure that our members will have lots of questions.
You have an 8 o'clock flight? Oh, great. Kent Lefevre, interim administrator for the record. We're pleased to this afternoon present the Department of Administration projects. And we will, to my right is Brian Walker. He's the chief of planning for the division. And to my left is Brandon Pearson. He's the right-hand man, get it done guy. So we really appreciate their help. They're the horsepower that got this presentation ready in the first place. We want to approach this presentation a little different than just linearly through the book. We're going to separate our projects into planning projects first, so I'll present those, and then we're going to have Fleet Services present their project, followed by EATS, and then Dave Dutra, Deputy over Buildings and Grounds, will come up and present the deferred maintenance projects. And then I'll present the construction projects, or the C projects for the department. And then Brian Walker will present the statewide projects. So as I mentioned yesterday, the vision of Public Works is to retire the Blasdell building, which is right through that window. And we have a plan to do so by moving the treasurer to the Kincaid building, by moving the Secretary of State to the Kincaid building, the new Kincaid building, by moving the GFO office to the basement of NSLA and the EATS suite in SLA, and by moving Buildings and Grounds to a new building down on 5th and Stewart, and 2 other agencies to relocate: Human Resources, which would go to the Kincaid building, and ASD, that's Administrative Services Division, they would move to the Icon building. And so our plan is to populate the Icon building after this planning is done and the construction. The Icon building would have the following complexion. Purchasing would stay in the Icon building. The controller's office would stay there. ASD would be moving from Blasdell building. B&G would move down the street. Wildlife would be occupied in the Icon building. And then there's also there's actually a vault in the bottom of the Icon building, and that's where some federal surplus property is. So with that preamble, I'd like to go to the planning projects. And our first project on the list is the advanced planning of the state office building for the Grant Sawyer office site. And this is what we're affectionately calling Grant Sawyer Tower 2. And this would be a building that would be programmed basically on the parking lot of Grant Sawyer currently. It would be combined with a parking garage and some surface parking to accommodate the need while we build Tower 2. Now, the reason we need to build Tower 2 and the parking garage is because, as you know, the Grant Sawyer Building 1 is will undergo a thorough remodel, soup to nuts remodel. It will completely gut the entire inside of the building and redo it for new programming. So when we were tasked by the governor's office to look at the cost of relocating all those folks into swing space or temporary rental space, the results of that study was staggering. Somewhere between $35 and $40 million just in rent to take all those folks and put them in other spaces in Las Vegas. And there's only really two places that could accommodate that size square footage. One was the Nevada Power Building on West Sahara, and the other, I forget where the other one was. Do we remember? There was one other place. Sorry, I can't remember just off. Oh, the Citibank building up on West Sahara at Buffalo. So both of those places would require tenant improvements in addition to the rent. So when we ran those numbers and discussed it with leadership, it made all kinds of sense to invest those dollars into an asset rather than into rent. So this project is for the programming, advanced planning of that second tower. And this is a artist rendering of what that second tower could look like on the Grand Sawyer complex. And here's another shot of it, kind of a 3/4 shot. So having said that, the second tower of Grand Sawyer would accommodate the governor's office, the governor's office of economic development, the governor's office of workforce innovations, the Secretary of State, Legislative Council Bureau, and Gaming Control, the Gaming Control Board, for a total square footage of roughly 90,000 square feet rentable. So we would be able to move those folks into the second building while the existing Grant Sawyer was remodeled completely from head to toe. And then once the building is prepared to receive new tenants, then the governor's office and the Secretary of State and the LCB would be able to move back into the refurbished building, and the gaming control would remain in the new tower. And so the difference in square footage is not that great, but we would backfill it with other agencies. The total project request for this is $14.1 million, and that would cover the advanced planning design. The next project I'd like to discuss is the advanced planning for the administration building at the Kincaid site. So some of you may be aware of that site. It's basically kitty corner that way a block. There was a building there, but it was raised about 4 years ago because it was found to be structurally unsound. So this particular site is right across the street from the old armory. Next slide. This shows the location of where we would propose this site, or this building. And the Kincaid building, we're calling it the Kincaid building because we haven't come up with a better name, but for the purposes of discussion, we've got a 130,000 square foot building, which leaves us about 91,000 square feet of rentable space. So our proposal is that the director's office, DOA, the Department of Administration, would move into that building. The Secretary of State from the Blasdell building, Human Resources from the Blasdell building, Human Resources from King Street, and that is a leased facility that we would be able to move out of. Wildlife would come from the old armory. The treasurer would come from the Blasdell building. Risk management would come from leased space, and museums, the director of museums would come from leased space. That would free up about 56,000 square feet for Health and Human Services. Currently, Health and Human Services in the Valley rents in excess of 300,000 square feet here in Carson City. So we'd be able to just put a dent in it. But it would be a good first step to get HHS back on the campus. The total request for this project is $9.9 million in planning dollars for the advanced planning. The next project I'd like to highlight is the advanced planning for State Public Works Division building. And this would be located at the Northern Nevada Children's Site, which is just down the road on 5th and Stewart. And there's a view of it right there. The existing children's home has been basically abandoned for 20 years or longer. And those buildings are dilapidated and frequently used by law enforcement as training for like urban training. But we would propose to put it in the corner of 5th and Stewart. And this would consolidate the buildings and grounds operation into one location. So the folks that would operate inside that building would be Public Works, moving out of the Icon building, and the shop and the garage areas from the Armory, which is just across the street, for a total of 50,000 square feet of space. The budget for this project is slated at $6.1 million for planning. Okay, the next project I'd like to point out is advanced planning for the administration complex, or administration building at the Sahara complex. This is on the East Sahara site next to the DMV in Las Vegas. The red box shows approximate location of the new administrative building. This would be approximately a 4-story building on that site. And so those of you that have been around a long time, this was the original footprint of the DMV on East Sahara, where when I moved to town, I had to stand in line for 5 hours to get my license plate changed. But I'm not bitter or anything. Back then, they had lines on the floor, remember? Yellow, green, blue, red, and if you got on the wrong line, oh my goodness, it wasn't going to be a good day. This project would provide much needed space for owned rented space in Las Vegas. As we mentioned yesterday, there's about 1 million square feet of rented space in Las Vegas. This would put a dent in it. It wouldn't capture all of it, but it certainly would help. So our proposal for the tenants in this space would be moving a DHHS from the Belrose building, which is Washington and Rancho, moving State Public Works and B&G from the McLeod building into this building, moving CNR into this building at 11,000 square feet, and then filling up the balance of that building with business and industry, who currently rents about 60,000 square feet on West Sahara at Valley View. The project asked for this is $8.8 million, and this is an advanced planning project. And the next project would be advanced planning for the seismic retrofit and remodel of the old State Armory. Here's another reminder where that is. It's basically a block that way. And this is one of the unreinforced masonry buildings left on the campus. It's a beautiful building from the outside, and our proposal is that we would remove the sheds and the maintenance paraphernalia around that building and restore that building to its former glory, giving it a seismic upgrade, and also putting a second floor, a full second floor in that building. And that by doing so, we would have the room to accommodate the EATS operations in that building, which will put them within steps of their main computer room. The project asked on this one is $1.2 million for advanced planning. So that concludes our planning portion. I'm going to turn the mic over to Robbie Burgess for fleet.
Member Hand, for the record, could we maybe take questions? Do we have any questions? Okay. Floor is yours.
Sorry, this is Laura Reid for the record. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't ask my own department as many questions as I've asked other people's departments, would it? Okay, let me see if I've got the timeline down for Grant Sawyer 2. So we've got design through construction documents for the gut renovation of Grant Sawyer 1. We would shelve those and then do advanced planning for Grant Sawyer 2, 24, 25, construction of Grant Sawyer 2, 26, 27, and then renovation of Grant Sawyer 1, 28, 29. Do I have it right?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool. One other slightly impertinent question. Does GFO know that you want to put them in the basement of NSLA?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Does the GFO know that you want to place them in the basement of NSLA eventually?
No,
You haven't had that conversation?
I haven't had that conversation with Amy.
Hi, GFO, if you're listening.
All I do know, Kent Lefevre for the record, is that they wanted to be close proximity to the Capitol.
I completely agree that they should, and that's probably as close as we could get
That's
them
as-
without actually
that's as
physically
close as we can get
locating them in the Capitol, which, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sorry, any other questions I can answer them?
This is Member Hamfler. I got it. So these are all advanced planning projects, and so what's the total in advanced planning, and then do you have a ballpark of what the construction would be for if we packaged all this up? I'm trying to get a big picture handle on.
That's a great question. I think Brian might know that answer. I could swag a guess of probably 500 million or thereabouts.
For how about the planning and then the construction's 500 million, or is that
Just for the construction. I think
Okay.
it would be in the neighborhood of 500 million.
And what's the planning summed up? I didn't do that. I could have done the math, I guess.
I don't know, 30 million maybe.
Oh, it's not that much. Okay.
This is Brian Walker for the record. We have a little Gantt chart that we put together for this. And so we could send that to you guys after this meeting that lays out how that impacts the future CIPs for these projects, and also things you've heard like the DPS headquarters with all the different planning things going on at once to try to interpret what that means for this CIP and future CIPs.
That would be really helpful. Just from a big picture perspective, I'm trying to wrap my head around all of this. There's a lot here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hand and fellow board members. My name is Robbie Burgess. I'm the administrator for the Fleet Service Division, and I'm back. I'm back. So this is I believe I would call this a 95% shovel-ready project for the new Fleet Service Division at the Grant Sawyer Complex in Las Vegas. And it seems we're talking about Grant Sawyer quite a bit, but I believe this project would probably precede any of the other projects that would happen at the Grant Sawyer. So go ahead. So to give you guys an idea what the Fleet Service Division is, the division is a division that supports transportation needs for all state of Nevada employees, boards, and commissions. We have a vehicle total of about 1,200 vehicles, and we have long-term vehicles and we have short-term vehicles. The long-term vehicles are vehicles that we rent on a monthly basis to all state of Nevada agencies, departments, commissions, and boards. They rent to us on a monthly basis, and we also have short-term vehicles that we rent out on a daily basis to state employees that are doing it during the course of their activities, both in Reno and in Las Vegas and here in Carson City as well. Now, this proposal for this new construction for the Grant Sawyer complex is addition to a complex that we already have that's existing just south of the Harry Reid International Airport. This proposed facility is a lot further north than our existing facility, and with all the state infrastructure that is coming into the north side of Las Vegas, it just makes sense that we have a facility that supports all the state agencies on the north side of the Las Vegas Valley corridor. It sounds like you guys are very familiar with Las Vegas. folks that are driving from anywhere in North Las Vegas down to my facility down in La Cienega, south of the airport, it's a 45-minute to an hour one-way trip. And that just takes a lot of state time just transporting vehicles back and forth. The main reason for our facility in Las Vegas is we're supporting the airport. State employees flying down to Las Vegas, we pick them up at the airport, provide them vehicles, and they conduct their business. We also have a maintenance facility there, which we perform maintenance on all state vehicles. Now, the Fleet Service Division has direct, we have 1,200 vehicles that are ours that we rent out. Well, we support all state vehicles, and there's roughly 6,000 state vehicles throughout the state of Nevada. So we are working quite a bit on vehicles on a daily basis, and just having another facility in Las Vegas would really streamline our operations. Sorry, Brad, I probably jumped way ahead there. That's fine. So yeah, our long-term, we have, like what I was telling you before, our long-term vehicles that we lease, we have about 1,100 vehicles total, and in Las Vegas, roughly 590. And our short-term, we have 87 vehicles, and in Las Vegas alone, our short-term, our daily rentals, we have about 37 vehicles. So combined total, about 627 vehicles that we work on, just that are ours. And then you can add another 80% to that, and that's the total of vehicles that the state has in Las Vegas. And this goes into what we do with our agency. We maintain state vehicles. We also help with long-range fleet planning to agencies. We are currently moving a lot of our buildings and ground vehicles under the auspice of the Fleet Service Division to help support them here in Carson City, Reno, and Las Vegas as well. We do reporting, fueling, cleaning, and we also conduct accident management as well. So we are very, very busy. Go ahead, Brandon. We are a state agency that does provide solutions for all of our state departments and agencies, commissions, and boards, and helping them with vehicle planning in the future. Go ahead. And we, what this is we work closely with our outside vendors as well. We can't, unfortunately, I'd love to say that we do everything concerned with vehicles, but we do have to do quite a bit outside. We do have work done at the dealerships and other outside automotive agencies as well. And the little blurb there about the division outsourcing, what that is we don't have vehicles all the time. We only have just a finite number of vehicles. So we do, if there's an agency that does request a vehicle and we don't have one, we also provide services for, we subcontract to Enterprise and Hertz rental car as well. So we do support all that as well. Go ahead, Brandon. This is all the vehicle types that we service. We do everything considered light duty, which is all sedans, half-ton, three-quarter-ton pickups, service body trucks. We just don't get into the heavier equipment like snow plows and dump trucks like NDOT carries. Our staff, we have a staff of 16 FTEs. Our fleet size right now is 1,194. Like I was saying before, just the vehicles just in Las Vegas alone is 627. And we're supporting a state workforce of roughly 8,000 employees. We currently have the 3 facilities here in Carson, Reno, and the 1 facility in Las Vegas. And our just some data there. We have 8.1 million miles that our vehicles travel on the last biennium. This is from 22, and we processed almost 3,100 short-term vehicle rentals, and for fiscal 22, and we completed roughly 2,500 repairs just in last year. Go ahead. What we're trying to do with the strategic on this is like I was saying before, we're trying to provide a location up north that will help support all state agencies that are really conglomerated and seem to be really focused in the North Las Vegas area. Go ahead. And this will give you a view of the proposed facility. Now, when we first did these drawings, this was to match the current Grant Sawyer facility. So when this was all proposed, that we really want to maintain the Grant Sawyer look to it. I don't know if that's going to continue on, or I hope it will, so we won't totally stand out, but these are some different views of the facility. And this facility, and I don't know if you saw it on the earlier slide that Administrator Lefevre was showing, this is in the northeast portion of the Grant Sawyer complex. So right there, just north of the solar farms. And just some different views of the facility. One of the things I do want to point out in the just on this side of the building, we have EV charging stations. The proposal, even when we did this back in 2017, 2018, and proposing this, we were already thinking EVs. So there's a spot there for four level 2 charging stations to accommodate up to 8 EV vehicles at the time. And there will be no gasoline at that facility. The reason being because you have the NDOT facility just up the street, up on Washington, and they have fueling available there for all the other internal combustion engines. So, but that's it. If you guys have any questions, I'm available for.
Dieter Tiberti, roughly how many repair bays are you going to have at the Grant Sawyer building to repair these vehicles?
I'm sorry, sir?
Repair bays or to service at the Grant Sawyer facility?
There's, in the main portion of the building, there's 4 service bays. There's 2 on each side of that. And that one, looking at the picture here, just this side, that little offshoot, that's a car wash, a drive-through car wash. So we'll be washing cars. We detail and wash the cars before they go out on rental, or before we give them back to an agency after we work on their vehicle. And to give you an idea of what we're doing here is, my concept or my thoughts on this is, my La Cienega facility, which is near the airport, we predominantly do all of our airport support there. So we're going to be roughly 80% airport support, 20% maintenance there. And the proposed facility here at Grant Sawyer is going to be just the opposite. It's going to be 80% maintenance and 20% rental.
How many repair bays do you have, like at the airport?
It's almost the same footprint. We have 4 bays and a wash station, and we have some office space as well.
At the end of 2 days, you're the most efficient guy I've heard all.
Thank you.
Member hand for the record. I've got another question along Tito's line of efficiency. So you said you have 16 FTEs?
Correct.
And how many of them are mechanics?
Of the mechanics, I have 2 fleet equipment mechanics, and I have 2 fleet worker 3s. Quite a few. I have 6 of my staff in Las Vegas are all mechanics. And for the time being, we will split the employees, the FTEs, to both locations, because like I was saying, a lot of our staff supports airport shuttle transportation back and forth to the airport. And a lot of the folks that we have coming into our existing facility right now are mostly just passing through. They're not dropping vehicles off for service. So the existing mechanics that I have now, I can move them to the new proposed facility and combine our workforce that way.
So your FTEs are going to stay the same?
I'm hoping so.
Great,
We'll see what happens. We'll see how much more the state grows and the need, because right now I think we have a roughly 172-to-1 ratio right now with mechanics or cars versus mechanics. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ken Lefevre for the record. Next, I'd like to introduce Tim Galuzzi for the EATS presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, Administrator and State CIO, serving Enterprise IT Services in the Department of Administration. Joining me this afternoon, I have Sean Monteith, IT Chief, over our enterprise computing and data center operations. Thank you for the opportunity to present our projects to the board. I'm in awe of the many projects that you have been asked to weigh in on, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to present our requests. In the interest of time, I will try to keep this presentation as brief as possible. The Enterprise IT Services Division, or EATS, is responsible for the hosting and supporting of statewide enterprise-level computing services for every agency in state government. Enterprise services provided include mainframe computing and statewide network connectivity, and telecommunications services such as phone and wide area and local area network services, internet connectivity, virtual server farm and data storage hosting, high speed, high volume printing, VPN connectivity, Office 365, and other computing services. Each day, millions upon millions of electronic transactions supporting daily agency program and business processes directly impacting Nevada's residents flow through the enterprise computing equipment and servers. These critical computing services are physically housed and safeguarded within our centralized state computing facility located in Carson City. The state's investment in computing equipment and cyber infrastructure at the data center is in the tens of millions of dollars, and we at EATS are the stewards of that investment. Maintaining this facility in proper operating order is important to sustaining daily computing operations for the state. The two EATS capital improvement projects in front of you are requests to correct and repair several data center issues that are occurring. Next slide. Our first request, CIP number 21269, Computing Room Cooling System Upgrade, is related to air conditioning and appropriate cooling of the expensive computing equipment in the facility. This is the second time we are requesting this project. As previously stated, the state has a very large investment in enterprise computing equipment and cyber infrastructure used daily by agency programs and business operations. This equipment produces significant BTUs, or heat, that must be properly dissipated and cooled for the equipment to operate properly. Without proper cooling, the equipment begins to fail or malfunction, causing work and business stoppage, or in the worst case, data loss. This project request is to replace and augment the existing air conditioning equipment that serves the main server room, computer workshop, and communications equipment room at the facility. The estimated cost at implementation for this project is approximately $2.7 million. The computing system's existing air conditioning equipment is more than 16 years old, with some components predating the last building remodel in 2006, and has reached the end of useful service. As can be seen in the photo, the cooling equipment is industrial-grade infrastructure and will need professional redesign, replacement, and upgrading. Our CIP request is to properly replace the cooling system to avoid unplanned expenses and avoid state enterprise compute processing shutdown due to overheating or aged equipment failure. If this system goes down, I may have enough time to reach out to agencies to let them know I have to shut it all down. And so that's really not a situation that we want to be in. For example, in May 2020, one of the chiller motors in the data center failed. The cost of the integrated motor and compressor replacement was approximately $43,000 of unplanned expenditure. One of the difficulties with being an internal service fund is when we see unplanned expenditures, that often equates to a rate increase in the future. The chillers are mission critical, especially during the summer months, for proper operation of state's computing environment and equipment. Without chiller operation and redundancy, chiller downtime could result in the need to shut down the data center servers and network equipment, resulting in the program processing stoppage and performance impact for many agencies, including DHHS, DMV, DETR, everybody, ultimately impacting the residents who need those services. Our next project that we're here to present is the Uninterruptible Power Supply System, or UPS. As mentioned, the computer facility is critical infrastructure that supports agencies across the executive branch. The UPS mitigates the risk of power outages and extended downtime of the state servers and network equipment due to power failure. Key components of the UPS system include automatic failover switches and battery backup. The project submitted for your consideration is to replace the current single UPS system, which is now approximately 16 years old and the end of its useful service life, with a dual UPS system, and to replace existing electrical room lighting with energy-efficient LED lighting. Approximate cost at implementation is estimated to be approximately $1 million. The computing facility's existing UPS is beyond its service life. Parts of the existing system are no longer manufactured and are becoming increasingly difficult to procure. Additionally, newer battery technology would lend itself to a decrease in maintenance overhead. These projects are important to sustaining computer operations for the entire state. We appreciate your attention to our request. This concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Laura Reid for the record. Let's go to the cooling room upgrade. If I'm not mistaken, this is the same project that the governor recommended in the 2021 session. And yeah?
For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, Administrator Eats, that is correct. Okay. This was recommended, this was part of the governor's recommends budget, but did not make it through the legislative process.
Right, it got hung up in the legislature based on the funding scheme. So can you tell me, I see in the project narrative that it's state funds, so I assume that's a bond loan. Tell me about the funding scheme and how it might ensure it's a little bit more successful with the legislature in 2023.
Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, I'm not fairly certain on that.
That's okay. I can let our friends in Public Works get back to me on that. That's okay.
Tito Tiberti, did I hear you say that you had like a $50,000 item that could shut down everything, including DMV?
Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, yes. If any of the critical components of the HVAC system go down.
This guy's on the edge already with DMV, so spend the $50,000, please.
Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, Enterprise IT Services does have reserves in our account just for some of those unforeseen issues or issues with revenues. So in an emergency, we can dip into that. But what that inevitably causes is a change in our rates moving forward. So it's more, we end up having to offer more expensive services moving forward to cover that unforeseen cost.
So you gave one example of a breakdown. Have there been others?
Timothy Galuzzi, for the record, we did have an issue with the automatic failover switch during a routine test of our backup generator, and that would be a component that we'd be considering for replacement as well.
Thank you. Good.
Kent LaFever for the record. Next, I'd like to introduce David Dutra, Deputy Administrator of Buildings and Grounds, to present the maintenance projects.
For the record, David Dutra, Deputy Director for Buildings and Grounds, Chairman Hand, members of the board. It is indeed a pleasure to be before you to provide a very concise and brief description of 25 preventative maintenance projects that will total about $37 million. Our first project is a project to replace the to replace the flooring with a seismic flooring at the request of the Department of Motor Vehicles here in Carson City. This project is a $365,000 highway-funded project. Again, it is to design and construct the seismically rated raised floor in support of DMV's IT services.
The next project is a central plant replacement project, again for a DMV location, the Decatur DMV in Las Vegas. This project is a $1.5 million project. Again, it's highway funded. It is to design, construct, and replace the central plant and cooling system, or HVAC system. Like other HVAC systems I'll be discussing today, these systems are simply aging out, and they no longer comply with EPA compliance. The upgrades that you'll be considering making will also assist the state in meeting its green building initiatives. Our next project is a project for the replacement of an emergency generator at the Supreme Court building here in Carson City. This project is a $1.9 million project, and it includes the replacement of the existing generator and the related transfer switching systems. Next up, we have a renovate or rebuild of a generator motor system supporting the Marlette Lake water system located in the pump house, which is near Marlette Lake. This is a $579,000 project to rebuild the lower end of this mammoth 12-cylinder motor. This motor is a continually rated motor running 24/7 for approximately 4 months. So it gets quite a bit of use, and it enables the Marlette Lake water system to provide a third of the water to Carson City. It's simply reached its hours of operation and has to be rebuilt. Our next project is a project to replace the energy generator at the State Library and Archives building here in Carson City. This is a $1.9 million project for the removal and replacement of this generator and its related component parts. Next up, we have a project to upgrade the surveillance and security system supporting the Capitol complex in the Governor's Mansion. This is a $2.1 million project, and it will improve and augment an existing security system and provide additional storage. It also links a number of important agencies and buildings so that Capitol Police can view all of the camera systems on a combined basis. Next up, we have a project benefiting building number 12 at the Stewart Facility Complex, or campus rather. This is used for police officer standard training dormitories. This is a $1.6 million project to replace the existing HVAC systems and to bring the system into code with respects to ventilation for that building. Our next project will be to demolish or remove the remaining portion of an abandoned tunnel system that was used in the heating of those buildings on the Stewart Facility campus. This is an old tunnel system located near Building 12, consisting of about 340 linear feet. It is a $1.1 million project to excavate, remove the tunnel system, backfill, and then put a new walkway over the top of it, replacing an old walkway which is currently covering that project, or that outdated, unused system. Okay, our next project includes the replacing of door access controls and security systems for the Decatur DMV facility. This is at their request. It is 100% highway funded. It is $925,000. And again, this is also to assist that facility in accommodating ADA requirements. Next, we have a concrete bench and sidewalk replacement for the Capitol building structure. This is a $1.2 million project for the design and construction and replacement of existing concrete and walkways and benches that have failed. Next up, we have a project to replace surveillance cameras, door access controls, and security systems at the Flamingo DMV located in Las Vegas. This is at their request. It is 100% highway funded at $2.2 million. It will replace existing security camera systems, access door controls within that facility. Okay, Stewart campus has building number 17, which requires a new HVAC system. This is a $2.8 million complete replacement of the HVAC system and related component parts. Again, these systems are simply aging out. They no longer comply with EPA standards. They utilize R22 coolant. And frankly, we are having a very difficult time locating replacement parts or maintaining this equipment. Next up, we have HVAC system renovation for the Frank Sue del Papa building. This is a $1.8 million project to design, construct, and replace the hot and cold chiller plants. The system is a complete rebuild, and again, with its utilization of R22 coolant, it's no longer compliant with EPA. Another HVAC system for the Nevada Early Intervention Services facility here in Reno. This is a $1.3 million project. The project will design, construct, and replace the boilers and the cooler units. It's a full system replacement, essentially. And again, this is an R22 coolant, no longer compliant with EPA. Okay, a little change of pace. We have an emergency generator replacement, Nevada State Police headquarters in Reno. This is 100% highway funded, $554,000 for the replacement of the standby generator and related transfer switches. Next up, Building 107, HVAC replacement. This is located on the Stewart Facility campus. This is a 29-year-old system in need of full replacement. It is a $1 million project, and again, it's to replace the rooftop mounted systems with something located on the surface or at grade, and it also includes protective bollards around it. So it is a complete new system. Next up is some site drainage improvements at the Attorney General's complex, which really also includes Heroes Memorial and the annex buildings. This is a $1.2 million project. The project is to design and construct drainage improvements on the east and west side of the Attorney General's office. It also includes the installation of new storm drains. Next up, we have elevator replacement and fire alarm replacement at the Bell Rose building in Las Vegas. This is a $2.6 million project that will replace the existing fire alarm system. The project also includes remodeling and upgrades for the elevators in use. There are two elevators. One is going to be completely relocated because of their confinement or size. We're not able to retrofit those and upgrade those so they're ADA compliant. So it's quite an extensive project, hence the price at $2.6 million. It's the only two elevators serving the building. Next up is it renovates the existing exterior concrete breezeway and stairway between the Capitol here and the annex building right outside here. This is a $382,000 project to address the design, removal, and reconstruction of this breezeway, which is showing age and in need of some repairs. Next up, we have a property enhancement for the office site around the Lakeview Corp Yard or office yard in support of the Marlette Lake water system. This is a $741,000 project, improvement project, which includes security fencing, security lighting, and a surveillance system. Again, this is an important aspect of our water supply system for the region. We'd also propose adding asphalt and drainage to that facility. Okay, we have door hardware replacement for the Nevada State Capitol. This is a $1.8 million security measure for the replacement of door hardware and standard hardware within the Capitol. This is necessary to ensure that one key fits all. And so everything would be key to like, so it is a security measure and something that's quite important to State Capitol Police. Interior finishes next up for the Nevada State Capitol include $1.7 million project to design and construct interior finishes within the building. We also have proposed an air handling unit replacement for the Belrose building in Las Vegas. This is a $2.7 million HVAC system upgrade and replacement. Again, the current unit is not EPA compliant and in need of replacement. We also have a historic fencing and lighting project proposed for the state capitol here. This is a $1.2 million project intended to preserve the historical fencing, restoring it to its continued service use, keeping the cows out, and repairing those stanchions that are currently being propped up and things. Literally, there are some areas where it's starting to fall over. So it is a nice asset that we'd like to maintain. The last project is an elevator renovation project for a building we all love so much, the Blasdale building in Carson City here. This is an $867,000 funding project to continue looking at the replacement. This is in support of CIP Project 19M47. The project will design and construct and renovate the elevator servicing the building, its motor controls and mechanical systems. This completes the projects totaling about 25 again, about $37 million worth of projects, and I welcome any questions that your board has. Thank you for the opportunity.
Member Hand, for the record, I'm gonna go first, probably for the first time this week. So I'm teasing. I'm just out of curiosity. The Marlette pump station, if has that motor ever gone down in the middle of the 4-month period when it's supposed to be running and it's supplying a third of the water to Carson City?
Not for mechanical reasons. We do take it out of service, but only momentarily to oil change and service it, which is about every 1,000 hours.
And what would happen if it were to go down?
Well, it would interrupt the flow of water into Hobart, which may interrupt our ability to provide that water to Carson City, which is about a third of the water they require.
So I'm trying to understand the importance of the project. So
Yeah,
thank you.
It's quite extensive.
And then at Stewart, it sounds like there's several projects at Stewart, and I'm just curious if there's any overlap with some of the stuff we heard yesterday, some of the needs at Stewart around training facilities and so forth. So there's no overlap in any of that?
For the record, David Dutra, not to my knowledge. These are independent, standalone projects specific to the buildings.
And I'll ask the last one, and that is on the demolition of the ditch. And is there a reason that the ditch has to be demolished and then filled? Can it just be filled, or can stuff be pulled out of it and be filled rather than it sounds like it's all removed. I don't know the details of it, so I'm curious about that.
Yeah, David Dutra, again for the record. So about 200 feet of that line had been remediated, removed, backfilled. What the contractor is going to do is actually break the piping up in place, backfill that, compact it, and then put a walkway over the top of it. As it stands right now, there is a concern that it could collapse. Because the concrete above it is starting to fail. It's not very deep, and we could have a void open up.
Sure. Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Kent LaFever for the record. I would like to now present the construction or C projects for the Department of Administration. The first project and department rank number 1 is the Mail Services Building in Carson City. Want to go to the aerial? This is the overall view of the building. It's an existing building located on 5th and Roop on the corner there. And the new Mail Services Building would be proposed just to the north of that in a brownfield lot. This particular building is, excuse me, the need for this building has become underscored with the recent COVID events, as so much mail needs to be moved through that particular structure. The existing building was a converted elementary school, and it was a very small space, about 9,000 square feet. So the new building would be 13,000 square feet. It would give more and proper clearances for the modern mail equipment that they use in there, sorting equipment. The need for this building, like I say, became extremely apparent during COVID when unemployment checks needed to be moved through there. Notices from the governor or from the governor's office, the volume increased significantly to the point that they had mails everywhere. This project will move the mailroom operations into a new building and give them the space that they need to properly process the state's mail. And at the same time, it will free up that building for other uses, which I'll talk about in a minute. The next project is Department Ring 2, Seismic Retrofit of Heroes Memorial Annex. So, next slide. This is the building, and we stopped there on the way to lunch today. It is a unreinforced masonry building, and it was built in 1917. It's a classic building, neoclassical architecture, and it will undergo a complete renovation inside, where we will seismically retrofit the building and bring it back with new office space and new functions. The project asked for this building is $29.1 million, and the design is nearly finished. It should be wrapped up in April this coming year. The next project is the Department Ring 10, the basement tenant improvement of Nevada State Library and Archives. So there's quite a bit of space in the basement of the library that has been traditionally used for stacks and archival material. And so this project, most of that is gone now, but this project will develop that into office space for agency uses. And so that's going to create architectural change to the building, and also mechanical, electrical, and plumbing changes to the building. The ask for this project is 5.9 million. And we believe we can do it in one biennium. The next project is the Department Ring number 12, the office renovation for the Department of Education. This again is down on 5th Street, kind of in the middle between Roop and Stewart. The Department of Education just underwent a thorough cabling upgrade for all of their computers. And there's one storage area in this building that they want to convert to office space, cubicles. And so this project addresses that need. The project ask is 2.1 million, and it will provide, I'm going on memory here, but I think it's roughly 20 cubicles in a 2,500 square foot area. And the next project is the microwave tower relocation at Grant Sawyer Building. This is Department Rank 13, but it's a very important project. The existing microwave sits on top of the Grant Sawyer Building 1. And if you think of it like a tenant, it needs to be moved so that we can do the thorough retrofit of that building. And so during the design process over the last year, we discovered that that thing needed to be moved, and we found a place for it. It's going to be relocated at the INDOT yard on Washington, just to the east of Grant Sawyer Building. So in order to relocate the microwave, we have to build a new tower and basically a new service room, like a Connex box, so that they can move all their operations before they decommission the existing one. This tower is very important to public safety throughout the Las Vegas Valley. Not only do our folks need it for public safety, but it's also used by Clark County, City of North Las Vegas, and the other 5 jurisdictions in the valley. This tower needs to be removed to free up or make way for the tenant improvement. The ask on this project is 4.2 million. The next project is constructing a parking expansion at the Grant Sawyer office building. This is surface parking at the Grant Sawyer office building. On the image on the screen there, you'll see where we intend to put that. This will free up, or this will provide 240 surface parking spaces while we're building Tower 2 and the new parking garage, so that staff can still have access to their offices at the Grant Sawyer Building number 1. The ask on this is 1.7 million. And this again would need to be sequenced ahead of any renovations to the Grant Sawyer 1 building. The next project is the demolition of the cottages at the Northern Nevada Children's Home site. Now, we've been talking about this site quite a bit this afternoon, but this is the actual project to take down those old houses and make that area, prepare that area to receive the new projects, including the State Public Works office area and buildings and grounds. The total request on this project is 1.3 million. It will provide the design to demolish all of those cottages and some of the infrastructure that's around there. For example, tennis courts that are dilapidated, and some other outbuildings. Next project, this is Department Rank 16, the Early Childhood Center remodel for the state mailroom services building. So once the state mailroom has been able to move out of the existing quarters that it's in, that will free up the existing mailroom to be remodeled into an early childhood center. And the reason this is important is because it's on the governor's agenda to give early childhood services to state employees and the community. This particular project will remodel then the old mailroom so that there'll be room for children's restroom facilities and playground area where there's currently a parking lot. So I think it'll be a good addition to the campus environment. The project cost on this is $6.9 million. Next, the department rank 17, the Marlette Dam Rehabilitation and Marlette Lake Water System. Due to escalating costs and the extended time to get FEMA and dam safety reviews through the system, this project was originally funded in 2019. And we're asking for $10.4 million for additional funding to execute that project. Next project, Department Rank 23. This is the Bradley Building demolition in Las Vegas. Again, on the East Sahara site, on the corner of East Sahara, and I forget that other street. Does anybody remember? Anyway, can we put a cursor on that? Right on the corner of that site is a 3-story building that's been there since 1970, and it's outlived its usefulness. Every system in that building is beyond repair. So our proposal is to raise that building and offer the area for additional parking for the DMV. The ask on this one is $1.9 million. Okay. And then the next project is the Grand Sawyer Office Building, Department Rank 56. This is the continuation of the planning project 21P01, which the design for Grand Sawyer 1 is being done right now. It's underway. And this would include the total interior replacement of tenant and public spaces. I have a few interior shots here from the architect's imagination on what the lobby will look like when it's done. Next page. So anyone that's walked into that building today, this is going to be a big upgrade for that building. I think it's a great addition, and I'm really excited about this project. The total ask for this project is $127 million. And the reason it's in this CIP ask is we don't want to forget about it, because it still is a very important project. And it's possible the legislature may write a check for the rent and say, let's go build it now. So that's why it's still in here. Next project, Department Rank 57. This is a warehouse project, and currently the Department of Administration and Purchasing is going to become stewards of vast amounts of personal protective equipment, PPE. And so we got to have a place to put it. Right now it's being rented in a warehouse in Las Vegas. So what we have here is a placeholder really for a new warehouse, either built or purchased for, what's the number I think we had? $44 million. That's the worst case scenario. This warehouse will store the PP&E that has been sent to us by the federal government. It will also accommodate agriculture and their school lunch program, including walk-in freezers for food storage and meal programs. It will include room for state purchasing, which carries inventory for for materials that either are coming or going from the state. It will include room for taxation, and they have some evidence vaults that basically will go in this area. This project will reduce or eliminate the rented cooler space that agriculture is currently dealing with right now. So I'd be happy to take any questions on the C projects.
I guess we have no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank all of you for your presentation. Some of your colleagues have run off on you. They gave up on
They
you. but
ran off?
Yeah.
Probably
But-
put them to sleep. Well, we have one more thing to do for the Department of Administration, and that's go through the statewide programs. So I'll turn the time over to Brian Walker, Chief of Planning, for a short presentation on that.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Walker, and I'm Chief of Planning for the State Public Works Division. I'm just going to present a brief overview of the requested statewide programs. The first program, the statewide roofing program, listed as project number 100 in your book, replaces roofs on state buildings. Watertight buildings are essential to protect building systems from weather damage. If you're going through the book, note that projects with different funding sources on this and upcoming statewide projects are separate for accounting purposes, where projects that are just state funded have been combined to a single roll-up. So for statewide roofing, project 101 for the Donovan DMV and number 102 for the Palm Lane Readiness Center are shown separately. So for statewide roofing, 39 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. 21.2 million of these projects are 100% state funded. One project for 191,000 is 100% highway funded, and one project for 447,000 is 75% federally funded. The statewide ADA program corrects ADA and accessibility deficiencies at state facilities as required to meet the needs of clientele and to decrease the state's exposure to accessibility liabilities. There are 22 projects with a total of 11.5 million requested by state agencies within this program. The statewide fire and life safety program installs new and provides upgrades to fire alarm and fire suppression systems within state facilities. 25 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. 25.1 million of these projects are state funded, with 3 projects totaling 3.4 million are 50% federally funded. The next project, statewide advanced planning, provides funding for studies and programming to support development of future capital improvement programs. This request notably includes a Department of Corrections camera feasibility study to evaluate corrections communication infrastructure in support of the request to expand security camera systems at major facilities throughout the states that you heard about yesterday. The next project, the statewide paving program, maintains pavement services at state facilities. Proper maintenance extends pavement longevity and provides safe surfaces for state employees and the public. 44 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. 8.7 million of these projects are 100% state funded. 4 projects for 1.2 million are 50% federally funded, and 1 project for 766,000 is 100% federally funded. Finally, 10 projects within this program for 3.2 million are 100% highway funded. The next program, State Indoor Air Quality and Environmental, provides mitigation of asbestos, lead, mold, water quality, and indoor air quality at state facilities. 2 projects have been requested within this program for 159,000. The first project for 100,000 is funded by risk management with agency funds and addresses emergent needs in the next biennium. The second project for 59,000 will provide hazardous materials surveys at state facilities and is state funded, 100% state funded. The final project in the statewide programs is the statewide building official program and provides authority for state public works to accept fees from other state agencies for plan review and construction inspection services on non-CIP projects. So this project request is for 4.5 million, is again agency funded, provides authority for state public works to receive these fees and to provide services to other state agencies upon request. That, yeah.
Question, when you say something's highway funded, what does that mean? Where's it come from? What highway? Who's paying? How's somebody paying for that? How?
Brian Walker for the record. So when we say it's 100% highway funded, that's typically at a DM facility or something of that nature that would be coming from highway funds within the CIP.
Where do they get these highway funds?
Ken LaFever for the record. I believe these highway funds are collected every time you go to the pump.
That's what I was wondering. Is that part of that tax? Okay.
So that would suggest that there's a lot of funds available today with the price of gas if it's a percentage of the cost. It's fixed. Darn.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Kent LaFever for the record. That concludes the Department of Administration presentation and also concludes items on agenda item number 9.
Well, thank you for your presentation this afternoon. And again, for all your colleagues that were here today in support of the Department of Administration. That will take us to agenda item number 10. Do you need a brief recess before we go there? Okay. And agenda 10 is the administrator's report on the agency activities.
Thank you. Ken LaFever for the record. This is the administrator's report to the board. And I promise it's going to be brief. Since we last met, almost 2 years ago, we've been busy. In spite of COVID, we've managed to complete about 90 projects, about 45 in the last fiscal year and 45 in the previous fiscal year. And we've also completed some other projects that I would like to highlight. There's roughly 5 projects I want to show everyone, and then we'll look at one under construction. So what do we do, lose the file?
It went to video, but we're going to get the file.
Okay. It's up there. Over there.
It should be here as well.
Okay. We can do that. we weren't able to do anything in 2 years socially. So next project is the next completed project I'd like to highlight is the UNR engineering building. 80,000 square foot building built at a cost of about $92 million, was completed in August 21st of 2020. And this is one of the, I would say, hallmarks of the UNR campus as far as engineering goes. It's a beautiful, beautiful building and serves so many of the engineering students on that campus. The next project is the College of Southern Nevada Health Sciences Project. This is called they renamed it the Betty Engelstead School of Medicine. And it is a wonderful project that teaches students how to become nurses in a hospital setting. This project was completed in April of 2021. Next slide. So here's a picture of some of the medical bays that are inside that building. They actually have mannequins, and these aren't the mannequins we used to deal with in junior high. These are smart mannequins, and they can do almost any bodily function that humans can do, including stopping their heart or having a seizure or you name it. And so it's pretty amazing. And there's a control booth just on the other side of the wall where those instructors can challenge their students by giving these mannequins problems, medical problems, and then they have to diagnose the problem and react to the problem and solve the problem. And so it's really amazing what technology can do in terms of the medical profession. Okay. The next project is the Nevada State College Education and Academic Building. And this building serves K through 12 teachers, or it trains K through 12 teachers, and it also has an early childhood center component and an autism training component. This project was finished in May of 2021 on the Henderson campus. The last one I want to point out is not really a sexy project, but it is a very appreciated project by the community, and that is the gym flooring replacement in Caliente. When we took this project, it was funded in, I believe, 19, and then it was swept by SB1, and then it was refunded in 21. So this is the first project that was finished in the grouping of HHS projects for 2021. And we replaced the entire floor and gave them new bleachers. And what was really, gratifying to me is that the whole town turned out to thank us when we went to commission that building and that floor. And so, even small projects like this have an impact into the communities that they serve. This one was finished in April of 2022, just a few months ago. Next slide. And here's a picture of Tito DeBerti, member Tito DeBerti, at the groundbreaking of the UNLV engineering building in Las Vegas. Next slide. This is a picture of the construction progress for the UNLV engineering building. We're coming out of the ground right now. And so we're on track for an October 23 completion. And with that, I just have one other thing to add. As has been mentioned over and over again through other agencies, we continue to have a challenge with staffing. We've made some strides in that in the last 6 months, especially in the professional services section. But overall, as a division, we're running about 30% in vacancies. And that's not because it isn't a great place to work. It's just hard to find those people that will come and do the job. So that concludes my report to the board. Be happy to answer any questions.
Member hand for the record. Well, thank you for the presentation. And it doesn't look like we have any questions. And that brings us to the next agenda item, which is number 11 on the agenda. Do we need again a short recess, or Kent, that's really directed at you? No? Okay. So that's the board comment and discussion.
So Kent LaFever for the record, I think that this agenda item is for the board to give us some guidance on how we should formulate a recommendation, which will be due to the board on September 14th, the next time we meet, based on all these $1.7 billion projects that we've heard.
For the record, Susan Stewart, if I can, Mr. Chairman, with regard to timing, the next meeting is on the 14th, and Kent, the question was if we could get the documentation to the board the weekend before the meeting, which I believe would be the 9th, as far as timing goes, excuse me. And then also, several of the members had asked for if the minutes would be available so that they could have that to review their notes in the projects. And the court reporter could, by the 9th, get what's considered a rough draft, but you would certainly be able to utilize that as a tool in going over what the administrator's recommendation is.
Clint Bentley for the record. I'd just like to reiterate what Susan just went over as far as the 9th. Would really like to receive it by the 9th, not ship it on the 9th. We're going to need a few days ourselves to do a good review of what the recommendations are and what our feelings are. So we'd appreciate it if we could receive it by the 9th, not ship it on the 9th.
Kent LaFever for the record, thank you. Noted.
Go ahead.
I have one other item that I think we ought to address for the future agenda, and that is now that we have no vice chair.
In a fairly vulnerable position to have 2 vacancies, and I wondered if you wanted to address that in the meeting.
I would definitely like to address that in the meeting, but between now and then, I think anybody that can come up with any potential board members should be, hopefully, if they have any suggestions or persons that are possibly interested, we should be contacting them and getting names to the governor's office, because yes, we're in a very vulnerable position in the situation that we're in right now. Thank you.
There's some member hand for the record. There's some we had some discussion, a little bit of discussion about we had a big lapse in time, right? It seemed like we didn't have a meeting for a year or two, or I think from my perspective, not just my perspective, I think it'd be good for us to be, I guess, better integrated, or we meet frequently enough that we feel connected and you know what's going on, and we've put committees together in the past to work on things, and we haven't done any of that in a while. So I think COVID's over, and it's time for us to get active as a board again, and really look forward to the opportunity for that.
Susan Stewart for the record, I'm very excited to hear that you're looking forward to more work.
Member Bentley for the record. I was just curious, I actually heard through the grapevine, I don't even know what the situation is what is the situation as far as a permanent administrator is concerned, and what is the status, or how is it addressed and picked?
This is Laura Freed for the record. I feel like that's one for me. Statutorily, the administrator is chosen by myself, and we have had it open for recruitment for some weeks, and we do have a slate of candidates with the building of the budget. We have not, and when I say we, I mean myself as well, in consultation with the deputy director, who works more closely with Public Works on a day-to-day basis. I haven't felt like the time was right to conduct interviews, but as soon as the budget is turned in on September 1st, I have some time in my schedule to return to that, and I think you should probably take it as a show of faith in the interim administrator, or a show of our faith in the interim administrator, that we haven't moved very fast.
That was in no way saying we had a problem with the interim director.
Oh, I didn't take it that way.
I just wanted to know what the situation was, and how it was taken care of, and if there was a time frame. I was just curious, wanted to know what was happening.
So in follow-up on that, since a member hand for the record, I was going to ask that question of Laura, not in front of Kent, because you know what I mean? That was, again, so it wasn't misinterpreted. But will the board members have any engagement in the process, the interview process, or the your process of selecting you're ready to talk also?
This is Laura Reid for the record. Are you inviting yourself on the interview panel? Because I'm happy to have any of you. Who's volunteering? Let me get your names known.
Well, it really was it's a sincere question as to, I don't know what the process is, and I know in the past there was some engagement, and I don't know if that was something that was in the statutes, or something that was just done because of how it happened, why it happened, and if it was going to happen in the future. It's really it's not a stab. It's just trying to understand, and help us understand where we sit in the process, or don't. And that's
right. The statute does not specify that the board members have a say. I mean, the statute merely says that the administrator serves at the pleasure of the director. However, and the hiring of administrators of the division and preceding 2011 directors of the State Public Works Board, I can't speak to all that, but I am more than happy to have members of the board join for the interviews.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Susan Stewart for the record. Director Reid, just FYI, I believe when Kent's predecessor was selected, the former chair of the board did sit on the interview committee, so there is some precedent for that, and recognizing that role in the past. So it's perfect that you've volunteered.
Well, I was just trying to understand where, what the process was, and where we as board members fit or didn't fit into it. So thank you for clarification. I guess we don't have any other questions. I don't know if Kevin provided any input. I don't.
Susan Stewart for the record. He just asked that his books were here, and I'm assuming he took notes, so we'll make sure that he gets those. And of course, he'll be on all subsequent communication regarding the meeting on the 14th. And just as a point of clarification, we were planning on having that meeting kind of back to pre-COVID, where we would video conference between our office here and then State Public Works office on McLeod in Las Vegas. So that would be the plan for the meeting on the 14th. So car travel, but not plane travel.
Well, if nothing else, before we go to public comment, I would like to thank you all for the work that you did in preparing for this. You know, we know it's a huge lift, and you know, no small task, huge lift, and we appreciate the work that you do, and want to thank you for all your hard work in the process. And with that, I guess we'll go to item number 12 on the agenda, and that's public comment. And I see some folks in the room. I guess any public comment? No. Okay. Support. Great. Okay. Good. With that, then I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Member Bentley, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Tito Tiberti, I'll second that.
Great. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, aye? Aye. I guess we have none opposed. I saw all the ayes. The motion carries, and we're adjourned. Thank you all.